These
Far
work?
away.
I must have longer arms.
Wait.
What? I must have longer arms.
But this, Nancy, the seats. I can touch the floor.
And it's
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is Monday, March 18th, 2024 at 5:34 p.m. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded for storage and viewing on the district's YouTube channel. Please note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 5:57 p.m. on March 2nd. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, TAP, into Soma and Village Green. May I have a roll call, please?
Village President Sheena Collin.
Here.
Trustee Jen Greenberg.
Here.
Trustee Karen Hilton.
Here.
Mayor Nancy Adams.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Jermaine Kripe.
here.
Committee Member Deborah Engel.
Here.
Board President Kali Telesford.
Here.
First Vice President Arun Badlamani.
Here.
Thank you.
It's popping
Yes.
out right.
And we also have our municipal alternates with us, Trustee Jen Greenberg and Committeeman Dean Daffis. And please let the record reflect that Trustee Bobby Brown from South Orange is now in attendance. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So for members of the public, I apologize for this. There has been a slightly modified agenda that permits an executive session. To put this into context, if you recall from the last Board of School Estimate meeting, terms such as litigation were raised and settlement, terms that members of the municipal partners were not aware of as it related to Board of Education matters. In that regard, we have requested that our partners pull us into executive session to give a brief overview of some of the things that they can share with us regarding these matters, specifically related to the fields. And they have been very accommodating. So while this resolution says up to 60 minutes, I could assure you it will certainly not take 60 minutes. We know that you're here. We appreciate that, and we will be as prompt as possible. With that said, we have a resolution for executive session, whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of School Estimate to be held in public, sets forth 9 types of matters that may be lawfully discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend, and whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12B to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during the executive session to be held on Monday, March 18th, 2024 at approximately 5:30 p.m. Any matter which by express provision of federal law, state statute, or rule of court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from the public discussion, the nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege. Whereas the length of executive session is estimated to be up to 60 minutes, but it won't be, after which the public meeting of the Board of School Estimate shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved by the South Orange Maplewood Board of School Estimate will go into executive session for the above stated reason only. Be it further resolved that the Board of School Estimate hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. May I have a motion to go into executive session? So moved. We have a motion from Mayor Adams, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kripe. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, folks, we will be as brief as possible. Thank you so much for your patience. Discussion, were you expecting to give
That's
the
it. Thank you.
presentation under that? Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this special meeting of the Board of School Estimate. Again, it is Monday, March 18th at 6:04 PM. I don't believe we need another roll call. All members are still present. We are now moving on to the next item, which is a discussion. We have a presentation from Mr. Burnside, the Business Administrator. Mr. Burnside, please take it away.
Thank you.
It's the same one you got here, but I might look at the video.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This evening, I'm going to start off with a construction update. So over the next couple of slides, we're going to go over the completed projects for each school. I won't read through all the details of each school, but please notice a couple of recurring projects across the schools, including, but not limited to, HVAC, upgraded electric service, new classrooms, and renovated classrooms. First up is the Seth Boyden Elementary School with 6 classrooms and we removed 6 portable classrooms. Here's a picture of the fancy new boilers and the new addition and the HVAC units in the classrooms. Next up is Tuscan with 4 new classrooms, and we removed 4 portable classrooms. That's the addition and the new playground. Next is Delia Bolden, 5 new classrooms. I'm sorry, 10 new classrooms. Nice new boilers. Next is Clinton. Remember, this one was in 2 stages. That's the main office where it says Clinton Elementary, new boilers. Next up is the South Mountain Elementary. And here's the annex. And Underhill Field, we got the new turf field, home and visitors bleachers, new press box, and a new electric service upgrade. And here's Marshall with 16 new classrooms, currently under construction. And Montrose, they're scheduled to start in the summertime with a new HVAC system. And also, we are now moving to Columbia High School, which is under construction with 10 new science labs and the new commons. New casework was just delivered this past week. And Maplewood Middle School, construction is going to be beginning this month. We're starting off with asbestos abatement in the evenings. And these are pictures of the old boilers and the old controls for the boilers. Vast difference. And if South Orange Middle School is awarded, we could begin construction in March. And also, well, we're going to have the new electric service upgrade is scheduled to start in March anyway. And come on. My apologies, it locked up. There we go. South Orange Middle School. Okay, so here's the current state of the high school girls' locker rooms. And here's the concept budget for the girls' locker rooms. This slide shows the The budget for the girls' locker rooms would be approximately $2,327,600. I know that's hard to read up there. Here's the Ritzer Field rendering with 2 softball fields. And to put things in perspective, the next slide shows the original approval and the 2 softball fields overlaid. You can see the highlighted area is the original multi-purpose field. Now we have the turf versus grass field comparison. This shows the comparison of the turf versus the grass field installation and maintenance. The upfront cost for turf fields is higher than grass fields. But over time, the cost of maintaining grass fields is higher than for turf fields. And this is where he shows the estimated cost per hour of usability. Artificial would be $71.10, and natural grass would be $260.64. So this is a snapshot of construction costs to date. I'm just going to give a quick explanation of how this chart calculates the construction total, project total, and total expended. The construction total is equal to the construction costs and contingency. The project total is the combination of the construction total and soft costs together. I know this is kind of hard to follow. The project total column, and that's going to be to the right middle of the original projection budget header. You can see the total is approximately $157 million. This is the original amount of the Board of School estimate approved back in 2019. The construction contract column under the expended header represents the original award to the contractors. The total expended column, which is the far right under the expended header, is the sum of the construction contract plus change orders plus the soft costs. The soft cost amounts are non-construction expenses. Examples of this are architect fees and construction management fees. You can see the far right column labeled over and under budget. That shows which specific construction project is over or under budget. This is where we see the bottom number of $4.5 million of unencumbered or unspent funds. The beginning of the projects at the top came in under budget. That would be the Clinton Bolden and Seth Boyden Tuscan projects. And then the South Mountain and South Mountain Annex and Underhill Field projects came in over budget. Even though the high school came in under budget, the scope was scaled back to afford the project. And the Marshall and Montrose and Maplewood Middle School have come in over budget as well. This is the remaining scope of work. This represents the total of all the projects being requested at a total of $29,992,765. Next is the impact, tax impact. So the estimated tax impact of all the projects for Maplewood is approximately an additional $106.25 per year. The estimated tax impact on South Orange is $123.82 per year. I know it's quick and fast. I know not much changed since the last time we did it, other than a lot of pictures, and we did have some new tax analysis. And as far as the tax analysis goes, we did get the assessed home values, the new upgrade, adjusted ones from the reevaluation. However, we're still waiting on the next net valuation taxation from the county, which we typically receive in May, and that's when we could calculate the final tax impact.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Burnside. I appreciate the pictures also. I know that you have some members of the team here. Would you like to introduce them and have them come sit at the
Yes,
little
we've got Scott Downey.
spotlight table?
We've got Scott Downey from Spiesel Architects and Kathy Tartaglia from Epic Construction Management.
Can you repeat the names one more time?
Yeah. I've got Scott Downey from Spiesel Architects
Mr. Downey, okay.
and Kathy Tartaglia from Epic Construction Management.
Tartaglia?
Tartaglia.
Tartaglia. Thank you both for joining us. Is there anything that you would like to add to the presentation that Mr. Burnside just presented? And just know, our audience is all about more is more, so.
No, not necessarily. We're here to answer your questions, and certainly happy to do that.
So why don't we start with colleagues, if it's okay? I know we got a lot of concerns about South Orange Middle School and the cost increases associated with that. Could you go into a little bit more detail of what happened throughout this process that impacted that project specifically?
So the impact on the cost is not specific to that project, except for the fact that that project was last chronologically in the order. So what's transpired here is Mr. Burnside had indicated the initial projects bid on target. Our construction process has spanned several years, and we ran into, kind of smack into the post-COVID impacts on the construction market, which we have seen not just here, but everywhere, and that has included quickly escalating costs. It's included lead time issues, specifically with HVAC equipment, electrical equipment, things like that. You know, transformers that used to take a couple months to get are now taking a year and a half to access. And, you know, so those impacts have all played out over the life of these projects. So the initial ones that bid before that really took hold were on target, but as time passed, the costs escalated on us, and that's why we're in this situation in terms of the additional costs. So the middle schools were scheduled last in that chronology, and that is why the cost impact is associated with that school, but there is not a cost impact specific to the scope at that school.
Colleagues, if we could just, it's noted as discussion, but let's keep to questions right now and continue going around with questions of the board professionals and their experts, and then we'll move into more discussions. Mayor Adams?
Thank you, Mayor Collum.
Thank you.
Is that am I the
Mayor
first one to call you
Adams.
that? The turf versus grass field comparison, I don't know if this is for you or for Mr. Burnside, but it omits stormwater installation, dealing with the stormwater and detention basin. That's not included in the installation at all. And in the comparison numbers we have.
Yeah, understood. So the intent,
Yeah, get closer.
how's that? Okay, sorry about that. So the comparison was kind of focused on differences between the two, if you will. Both installations would have stormwater work that would be associated with their installation, and the construction costs are inclusive of that stormwater work. So it was not broken out as a line item, but it is in there in the construction costs that are estimated for each type of field.
And when we're told that the turf would be overall cost less in maintenance so that it would end up costing less, we're talking about the life of the artificial turf field, like 8 to 10 years, or are we talking about the life of natural grass, or what lifetime are we talking about?
Sure, so that comparison took into consideration a 24-year cycle. So we assumed, we did that because the lifespan on the turf surface is in the 12-year range. So we wanted to include two lifespans. So obviously you have a cost 12 years out, which we had reflected there for the replacement of that turf surface. And that's why the 24-year period was chosen to compare the grass to the turf.
How long did the one at, that was just replaced at Underhill last?
So I don't actually know how many years that was in place, Eric.
I'm not sure about that one either.
12 years or less?
I'm going to say it was approximately that, but I apologize, I don't know the exact
Okay, I'm just,
number here.
because you're basing numbers on this, so I'm,
Well, the 12-year cycle is a general understanding when it comes to.
I've heard 8 to 10, so.
It's going to vary, obviously, with installation, but
Okay.
some are longer, some are shorter.
And so the estimated turf replacement for one cycle is 600,000 in your estimation?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Why is it so much lower? What, than,
So when the turf replacement occurs at that point, you're replacing, the turf is actually several components, if you will. There's the drainage underneath, there's a base layer, and then there's what we'll refer to as the carpet or the turf layer. The turf layer, the top layer, is the only thing that requires that replacement. The base construction, you'll get 2, possibly more life cycles on it.
okay. That's all I have at this moment. Thanks.
There we go. Just a follow-up to Mayor Adams, could you just go over kind of your expertise? This is the second time we're meeting you. You've been through all this with the Board of Education, but I think it's helpful for the public to know who are these individuals who are answering questions and sharing information with our community. So before we go into more questions, can you kind of share your expertise and your role in this project?
Certainly. So I'm an architect. I'm an architect with the Spiza Group. We were the architects that have been involved with all the projects. Specifically when it comes to the fields, I would not classify myself as an expert in turf or drainage or those other components. There are others that are involved in the team. We have a civil engineer that's working on the project and so forth. My experience with turf is that we've had many clients who have done such installations over the years, and that's with grass fields and turf fields alike.
Okay, ma'am?
I'm also an architect, but I don't practice architect for you guys. I'm the program manager for the construction management team, and I help with the budgeting day to day. We have site managers at each of the projects that watch the jobs each day, and I kind of oversee the whole program.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Downey, that's correct, right? So under the umbrella of the architect of record is you are working with all the subcontractors, whether it's civil engineering or whether it's a wetlands delineator, those type of other professionals as a part of what we're considering all filter through Spiesel, and then you are the public face of what comes forward to the Board of Ed and Board of School Estimate. Is that accurate?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you, just following up on Mayor Adams' questions specific to the turf, the Board of School Estimate and the Board of Education have received a lot of questions regarding the wetlands designation from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. In fact, I think we were all surprised to see that there was a designation on the website. Had it not been for the community, none of us would have known that, and we didn't know that in 2019 either. I know that there has been back and forth between your company and also the business administrator to look at this. Can you talk the community and the Board of School Estimate members through the process of what it means to be a designated wetland, why in your determination you believe it does not meet the criteria, and lastly, whether or not a letter of interpretation will be required as it relates to this project and the district?
So when the classification was identified, we had our civil engineers look into it. Their assessment, looking at information, mapping information and so forth, was they felt it was an outdated classification. It may have been designated that way at one point and just never changed. So to check that, they went out and they did some soil sampling. And looking around, they look at the types of vegetation and so forth in the area. They found nothing to suggest that the wetlands classification should have been or should remain in place. So what that would mean is that as the project advances, it would be a administrative process with the DEP that would probably result in a letter that would clarify the classification on the site.
Okay, and Mr. Burnside, I believe you had indicated to the Board of Education members and the Board of School Estimate that if that is what's recommended and required, that the district would follow all the steps necessary as outlined by the DEP and with respect to the letter of interpretation and the process that happens with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. More questions? Okay, of course, Committeeman Daffis.
I have one question at the moment, and that relates to the budget as you shared it, Mr. Burnside, earlier during your presentation. Have you accounted for everything that you possibly could account for? And I'm specifically interested in whether or not in the final delta numbers that you shared and the tax impact that you presented us for each town, if you have accounted for the most recent additional state aid that our district received. I think it was in the neighborhood of $1.5 million.
So our state aid, I believe, was $1,025,378. That's going to celery and health benefits, and we're still on track to have a small but significant, I mean, we've got a deficit, it's all the ways, yeah. So, yes, that money is accounted for.
Are there more questions?
Are we talking about anything in particular?
Questions, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
for-
questions
just
to
this.
anything, just not discussion yet.
So in some analyses that we've received from the community, some of which were from past Board of Ed members who've analyzed everything, and so I have questions regarding some of that. She says of the $157.4 million bond proceeds, the district retains over $18 million of unencumbered funds for projects. So a lot of the projects came in under what was anticipated. So where is that money going to be used, if not for these projects? So we need, if there's 18 million unencumbered, does that mean there's 18 million sitting there ready to take on some of these expanded projects?
I can't verify that 18 million unencumbered. Can you?
No, because our sheet shows 4 million.
Yeah, we show 4.5 million. That 18 million is just not accurate.
See, I guess that would be my question. I'm not,
Well,
Excuse me,
Okay, don't-
we're, you know,
Yeah.
I know, I see you. We'll get to the public comment.
Yeah.
So why don't we sticky that? I hate sometimes you guys will be put on the spot because, like I said, we've received lots of comments. So why don't we revisit that towards the end? And if maybe while conversations are going on, we can just get verification on that. And I did forward a copy of that to the district in advance of some of that analysis that was done.
I would like to say that we just finished our annual audit. They did audit our Fund 30, which is this construction bond, and everything is perfect.
Okay. Okay. Board Member Vadlamani, as Chair of FFT, I know you also had a chance to hopefully read that email forwarded. Is there anything that came out of your committee? Are you content with, where we are right now and the encumbered funds, et cetera?
The numbers that are presented on page 42,
Yeah.
in my opinion, are correct.
Okay.
I mean, as he said, we just went through an audit. We have all the numbers in here. Our project manager is right here. The architect is right here. We have everybody we need around here. And with the numbers, we can do the math here. I mean, I do not know how other people do analysis, but this is based on reality. That may be based on some assumptions made. I can't speak to that.
Sure.
But the arithmetic here works.
Okay. So for the purposes of this meeting, let's go forward with the numbers that are audited, that have been accepted by the Board of Education and its board professionals, or else we can all probably pull out our pocket calculators and arrive at different things. More questions? Committeewoman Engel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question because it's been a while and we talk a lot about turf in the locker rooms, but can we have a reminder about what the work is that's going to be done at South Orange Middle School and like the process for that, when we'll go out to bid, when the work would be done? Because my daughter's at MMS, but I know that that school was pretty bad, so I imagine that South Orange Middle School is also needing repair.
Certainly. So the scope of work improvements at South Orange Middle School would be similar to what's being undertaken at Maplewood Middle School. So that includes mechanical and HVAC systems, building controls, security upgrades, door and hardware upgrades, communication systems, life safety type systems, renovation of the office area, and installation of unisex or gender-neutral bathroom.
Oh, and I guess just what's the, so if this passes tonight, then what would the time, like, would that go out to bid right away? What's the timeline for all of that?
So the drawings are prepared already, because we had obviously put this out to bid and it came in over budget. So I would say if it passed tonight, I mean, we'd get together, but fairly quickly. I mean, we don't have to do the work again. We just need to freshen it up and get an ad in the paper and, you know, I mean, our hope would be to get the equipment ordered. And that's one of the reasons we did the electrical upgrade, so that we'd be that one step ahead, because that's the longest lead time is the electrical service. And we're doing that under the Maplewood bid, the Maplewood Middle bid.
Thank you.
I'm back. So one of the things I know we're all feeling is that for those of us who caught the last Board of Education meeting, we understand the situation the district is in with respect to the operating budget. For those up here, we all have a very good understanding of our operating budget, our appropriations cap, state law as it relates to that, and then there is the side that deals with capital, specifically the long-range facilities plan. Could the administration explain to the community in a little bit more detail, more is more, to understand how we're here talking about fields and additional money for the long-range facilities plan, while at the same time the district is grappling with an operating budget challenge?
So when you have a capital improvement and it's budgeted for out of the operating budget, that's what's done at the beginning of the year during the budgeting process, and that's going to be in Fund 12. What we're talking about tonight is something that's going to be under Fund 30, and what we're doing is we're actually creating a bond, and it's going to be sold on Wall Street, and we're going to get the funds that way. And it's going to be temporary, but I mean 20, 25 years to pay it off, where it's not a permanent tax levy increase. This is just a temporary one.
Understood. Is it fair to say, though, that debt service associated with the long-range facilities plan is a part of the operating expenses, the general operating budget with a debt service line item? And to be fair, the municipalities have a very different process for its municipal finance, even though we all have to follow the law. Yours looks a little bit different from ours, so just trying to make sure my colleagues and you all and we all are talking the same language.
So when a school district sells bonds, the repayment of it happens in what's called Fund 40, which is outside the operating budget. So it's a separate component of the tax levy. So when we talk about Fund 10 and the tax levy, that does not have a line item in there for debt service. It's because it's paid out of Fund 40. So it's a separate calculation from the calculation of the general fund tax levy.
Okay, so in a hypothetical, and let me make these numbers very simple, is that you're looking at a 2% tax levy increase, but with debt service, plus debt service separately, say that's 0.5, the all-in impact to a homeowner might be 2.5%, but 2% relates to the operating expenses, and the 0.5% would be related to the capital and the bonds.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll vote yes if it's a 2.5%.
I think a lot of people would.
Yeah.
Board Member Vadlamani?
So if you saw the budget presentation that happened a couple of days back, and towards the end, you saw two numbers. One was the tax levy and the effective tax levy. And in this case, it's actually less than 2%, because we don't have a bond payment to make. So 2% is a cap, and then we had a minus 18% in approximately in interest payments. So therefore, the effective number is 1.88.
Yes, thank you for that. Any more questions? Deputy Mayor Kreip.
How much are we sitting on already in debt?
I would have to research that, but if you give us 2 minutes, it's.
That would be great, because I
Yeah.
understand.
There's a lot of
it's
debt
bit.
that goes back over 10 years. We'd have to look it up.
But I believe the district had some successes this year in reduced costs for interest rates. So I believe you refinanced some bonds, is that correct?
That was last year, but yes.
That was last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Gotcha. Trustee Brown?
Yes, while you're looking at that number, my question would be to Mr. Downey and Ms.
Tartaglia?
I don't want Tartaglia. Mr. Downey, while you were speaking, you talked about the 12-year average that you use for the field. I guess the question would be, in your experience with any particular, and that was for the artificial turf, correct? All right, and I don't know, is that like a high school field, the usage, the type of sport that you're using, to create that 12-year, I guess, the utilization for the 12 years? How do you come to the 12 years? Because that's important here, I think, ultimately.
So the 12 years is not an absolute number, it's an estimate, obviously. The more a field is used, the more likely it is to wear out sooner than that. We'll use a little bit less, it may last longer. The 12 is just kind of an industry rule of thumb, if you will.
Got it. I guess I'm just asking for more follow-up on that industry rule. Is the industry using, like, is it high schools? I only ask because I think at some point we're going to get into more of the granular aspects of the field. And so I'd love to hear from an industry standard standpoint, how are we coming up with 12 years?
Yeah, that would be reflective of high school use.
Got it. All right.
More questions from board members? So I'm going to suggest a slight change to the agenda. We did not create the agenda. It was actually the Board of Education. But one thing we know is that a lot of community members are here to ask actual questions. I don't believe during any of the actual Board of Education meetings, a totally separate entity, some of these questions were actually asked and answered. So I would love for us to take this opportunity to keep the professionals around, and as people come up and have specific questions, that we'd be able to answer those. And we've received so many emails, so many comments. There haven't been any public forums. I know this is not traditional, but if it's okay with my colleagues, since we have all of our professionals here, and we do have a robust community contingent, is that we be able to ask questions and answer them. Does that work for everyone? All right, so yes, Mr. Vadlamani?
So I'd agree to that as long as people answering have the option of saying, I don't know, I'll come back to you, or I don't know where you're getting those numbers from. Like, for example, when you asked me the number for whatever, you were giving an example of some 18 million unencumbered.
Yeah.
We can't
Yep.
do that. Because, when public comes, this is one of the reasons why we don't talk during public session.
Yeah.
Is because we open ourselves up to different interpretation than what's happening.
Yep. Well, we'll move through those bumpy roads together, but totally understand, folks, we're going to try something new. It's not a cross-examination. People didn't get questions in advance. If you ask them, what color is the sky at this moment right now, not everybody's going to say the exact same thing. But I want to at least be able to have this dialogue that we recognize did not happen before, and we're all here right now, and I know the importance of this. So why don't we have the board professionals, if you could join us, perhaps over here with your chairs, and then we'll have members of the community come up. If we can just do a little scooch over. There's always room at the horseshoe.
So we're doing public comment now?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we'll go into discussion after everybody has had a chance. I do ask, if somebody else has asked your question and received an answer, it's likely that if you ask the exact same question, you might get the exact same answer. So please try and limit your comments to 2 minutes tonight because we have many, many people who want to speak. And for those of you who have organized and coalesced together, be rest assured, I'm sure somebody else from your group will pick up where you left off. But we're going to do our best tonight. So we're going to start with the in-person public comments. I've asked Mr. Burnside if he would take the lead on calling people's names so I can pay attention to what everybody is saying. So we'll start with in-person, and then we're going to move to those who are joining us virtually. Again, please do your best to limit to 2 minutes.
First up, Addison Secor.
Oh, I forgot to mention, of course, our students, absolutely first.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Addison Secor, and I'm a member and captain of the Columbia softball team. I'd like to first start off by thanking the Board of Ed, whose unanimous 9-0 vote proves their allyship and support of female sports in MAPSO. All my life, I have identified as a softball player. I would not be the young woman I am today without the sport. It has allowed me to grow, to form friendships, to act with passion, but most importantly, it has proven to me that female athletes face inequities of such extreme proportions that it is incomprehensible. Columbia softball does not have a home. We borrow Meadowlands 3 from South Orange Township. In every home game, we have to hope that we are allowed to use a field, as if there's a conflict with rec baseball, they are granted priority. Even then, it is so poorly maintained that our talent is lost among the disturbing quality of M3. The dirt has become cement, the outfield is full of ditches, and my best friend Ellie fell victim to the metal lip of the field her freshman year. This is not the only season-ending injury Meadowlands has caused. We have asked time and time again for a playable, maintained field that will withstand the time and dedication that softball and other female sports put in on a daily basis. This is only achievable by turfing Ritzer. In addition to being fieldless, the girls' locker room, which all girls' sports share, is appalling. There are no bathrooms in close proximity to M3. We are left to find transportation for a field that is 2 miles away from our school. I am ashamed that our leaders have failed to take our grievances into account, especially as women themselves. We, Columbia's female athletes, were encouraged on Thursday, February 8th by Mayor Adams to continue fighting for women, for ourselves and the future of women's sports, to not give up, to be the powerful leaders of tomorrow. We have tried to do just this, but the ceiling to our success is determined by the Board of Estimates, the women leaders who have also faced demoralizing Title IX issues firsthand. Despite this, they refuse to correct those same issues that are taking place under their authorization, issues that are still plaguing athletes, female athletes, years later. It especially does not matter to Ms. Kripe, who's in opposition of equality when it pertains to extracurriculars, which includes girls' sports. Inequity is fueled by those in positions of power who sit idly and assume problems will be mended by time. For the sake of safety, for the sake of equity, for the sake of the precedent regarding the treatment of female athletes in our community you will inevitably set tonight, do your job and support the girls you see yourselves in by approving a turf field. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us.
Next is Ellie Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Ellie Martin. I'm a senior at Columbia, resident of South Orange, and a varsity softball captain. I want to first thank the Board of Ed for the unanimous 9-0 vote for agreeing to include funding for Ritzer, the long-range facility plans over its request. Their vote shows that they stand alongside the female athletes of the school district. Until it is fixed, the issue of equal fielding for male and female athletes is something that should not go ignored. By telling us that playing on these dangerous fields makes us better athletes, by Columbia softball not even having a school-provided softball field, you're telling us that women should grow up accepting mediocrity. Is this a message that we want to send the next generation of leaders, scholars, and athletes? It's time to stand up for our school's athletes and give them the resources that they need and deserve. It's time to approve the funding for a well-maintained turf field, not just for the sake of equality, but for the future of our community. District-provided documents show that the estimated cost of installation and maintenance of a turf Ritzer will be essentially the same as the cost of a grass field over a 24-year period. However, a turf Ritzer will provide for 72,000 hours of playing time versus 19,200 hours on natural grass, essentially triple the available playing time for nearly the same cost. Furthermore, turf opens up even more gates for athletes. It allows softball to finally have 2 school-provided fields. It'll be used by soccer, lacrosse, marching band, cross country, and can be used by every other team year-round for conditioning. And furthermore, the conditions are going to be much better because if you guys have ever stepped on Ritzer, currently it's just a bunch of holes and it's very dangerous. In both 2019 and 2024, the Board of Ed thought that turfing Ritzer was important enough to include in the long-range facilities plan. So I implore each and every one of you to do the right thing, to respect the decision and pass this resolution. Voting yes on this funding can send a powerful message that in our community, gender equality isn't just a slogan, it's reality. Thank you.
Next is Olive Witt.
Sorry. Hello, members of the Board of Education. My name is Olive Woody, and I'm a 9th grader at Columbia High School. As captain of the freshman field hockey team, I often had to run captain's practices at Underhill Field. The girls' freshman team had to practice and play home games on the baseball fields. One day, we had practice, and we arrived at Underhill Field only to discover there was nowhere to practice. Every field was occupied by boys, either playing games or practicing, and we had nowhere to go, so we had to cancel practice. We lost a lot of practice and playing time this season due to wet fields and rain. Even when we did play games, the field was slippery and muddy. Our varsity coach, Stephanie Rivera, started a feeder program for our high school field hockey teams. When I was in middle school, I joined the Spring League, which had enough interest to form 3 girls' teams. The league consisted of teams from a few other towns, including Milburn, and we could not host any games here in Soma because there were no available fields. There were times when we had to drive to Butler, New Jersey, which is about an hour away, only to play another Columbia High School team. My brother plays flag football, and he's in 6th grade, and because they play on a turf field, they played nearly every weekend, even in the pouring rain. This turf field can not only be used for sports, but also as an area for students to eat lunch because many nearby restaurants don't have available seating, or as an outdoor option for gym classes to have more space. I'm here tonight to ask you to please keep your commitment and vote to turf Ritzer Field. This will dramatically help all sports teams in our districts, especially the girls' sports teams. Thank you.
We do have one student online, Kevin Mangini.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Kevin. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kevin Mangini, and I live on Hickson Place next to Ritzer Field with my wife, April, and our 10-year-old sports-obsessed daughter.
I'm sorry, Kevin, are you a student?
No.
Okay.
Somebody just made me live.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Kevin. Right now, we're just doing students first, and then we'll go to people older than 18.
Yeah, I'll wait.
All right. Thanks so much, Kevin.
Dan Secor.
I may look it, but I'm actually 17, sorry. Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Dan Secor, and I'm a Maplewood resident. I'm here today just to express my concern with the leadership displayed by members of the committee from Maplewood. We can all agree that we have different viewpoints, which is healthy and actually expected. But what bothers me is the lack of transparency and unwillingness to do something about the gender inequalities that our daughters face. Instead, the leaders of Maplewood continue to hide behind a veil of excuses and let their own personal beliefs cloud their judgment. For example, during a public forum a few weeks ago, both Jermaine and Nancy acknowledged that gender inequities are taking place with girls' sports. And when asked the simple question, "What's your plan?" Jermaine, your response was, I have a neighbor who played for the Eagles and tore his ACL playing on turf. You then went on to say that since sports is an extracurricular activity, you will not support the funding. So can I only conclude that you feel that gender inequities are okay as long as it impacts extracurricular activities? And Nancy, you provided no better answer. Again, you acknowledge that gender inequities are taking place, and the reason that your position against funding is concerning to me as a taxpayer of Maplewood because they are personally motivated. You said that your kids played rec and cougar soccer and now are grown and it does not affect your family, so it is not something you're willing to fight for. As mayor, you should not be making decisions based on how it impacts your family. You also challenged the cost of the project, referencing friends in the turf business saying it will cost more than the current estimate. So your stance is that it will cost too much and you are allowing inequities to continue because it is too expensive to fix. Is this really the legacy that you want to leave? You have an opportunity tonight to let the young female athletes know that you stand alongside them and you will not support inequities against them or any other group in our town. Do the right thing and pass the LRFP. Thank you.
Jane
Hold
Conrad.
on, Mr. Burnside. Sir, I absolutely appreciate your comments. We have opportunities for people to speak freely. Ms. Kripe and Mayor Adams and Deputy Mayor Kripe, at the end, for anything targeted at you, absolutely you will have the time to respond. And it's noted that those comments were specifically meant for you. And so I want to make sure you have an opportunity to respond to those. Okay? Next speaker.
I'm Jane Conrad. I'm here to speak in opposition to artificial turf on Ritzer Field. This is just not a well-considered plan, and in my belief, it does not deserve funding, much less a blank check. There's still not enough awareness of how artificial turf is not suited to the era we are in, with extreme rainfall, depleted aquifers, and heightened flood risk. Artificial turf fields are impervious structures designed to drain water quickly. In the past, this was a virtue. Now it is a liability, exposing us to flooding and pollutant cleanup unless there are adequate structures for stormwater detention and treatment, and these will be expensive. I urge you, don't go forward until you have a clear understanding of what would be involved with this and the associated costs. These plans also show no awareness of how the field is used now. Just to take one example, Project Adventure. It is far and away the most popular choice as a phys ed class at Columbia High School, and all Columbia students have to take 4 quarters. You know, every quarter that they're at CHS, they have to take phys ed. It accommodates basically far more students than any sports teams right now, hundreds of them per year. It's limited only by the number of qualified instructors that are there. The current plans treat it as an inconvenient afterthought, and the plans don't even notice, and they completely discard half of the equipment, in particular the part of the course that lets kids practice the skills that they need on the high ropes. That's where they plan to stockpile the soil that they would remove from the field. So it's a shame to throw this very appreciated program away.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Burnside, if you can give me just 1 second. Ms. Conrad, thank you for all your thoughtful emails to the board. I know you were stopped a little bit short, but we received everything in advance, so thank you for that. There was actually 2 comments that were made, which I think are also questions. Dr. Telesfort or Mr. Board Member Vadlamani. One of the contentions was regarding Project Adventure. Would you be able to clarify the status of Project Adventure and whether or not that will remain?
Project Adventure will not be impacted by the turfing of Ritzer. If you look at the actual schematic, you'll see that Project Adventure lies outside of whatever is going to be turfed, so it will still remain.
Great, thank you so much for that clarification. I know that a lot of community members had expressed concern about Project Adventure. So just to repeat, if the board proceeds with this proposal, under any iteration, Project Adventure will remain. That's correct? Mr.
Downey.
Downey. There was again this question about stormwater detention, treatment, the cost over time. You'll probably get more questions about that, so it's probably better to get into a little bit more details right now. You spoke about earlier that in all of the estimated costs that you prepared, probably with the folks who are the professionals that will be doing this work, the Board of School estimate didn't specifically see as a line item where it says stormwater management, any type of mitigation, any type of drainage, et cetera. In your experience, does this happen at a point where construction bids or bids are going out for this type of work? Or what's the process, and how do we have assurances as a community that with a major construction project there, that these issues about flooding and stormwater will be addressed and not made worse?
So I suppose the drawings could be available through the Board of Ed for review when they're put out to bid. They are public at that point, so the details and so forth associated with the drainage system that would be implemented can be seen. You know, that system does sit underneath the field. It is designed to manage the runoff of the various year storms, you know, 5, 10, 50, 100, and so forth, and it's also not purely runoff. It does have an infiltration component as well, which will put some of that water back into the soil. But those details would be in those documents.
Okay, but for the time being, Mr. Burnside, back to you. Those documents have not been made available, but the board intends on ensuring that there is a stormwater plan as a part of any potential turfing of Ritzer.
Correct, yeah. The plan hasn't been created yet, right?
Not in final form, no.
No.
Okay, and Mr. Downey, back to you, furthering on what Ms. Conrad said. We're all familiar with the new stormwater, the inland flood protection rules that were passed last year. I think our governing bodies even commented on them and supported them. Do we have assurances that your team is very familiar with the DEP regulations and that anything presented on this site will follow all of those regulations that were adopted last year?
Yes.
Is it fair to assume, oh my God, I feel like this is Law and Order. Is it fair to assume that under those new inland flood protection rules, that any major soil disturbance has to retain more stormwater on its site than its prior pre-existing condition with those regulations?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we covered some of Mr. Daffis.
I just wanted to give the team from EPIC an opportunity to, was there anything else that was in Ms. Conrad's statement that was presented as fact to the public that may not be factual, in that it relates also to the final plans being made, prepared and published to the community and to all of us? I just watched your body language when there were a couple things that were said about where soil was going to go and where equipment was going to go. So can you?
I mean, I guess.
It's really important. Look, we're polarized, and this is a very difficult issue, and there's been a lot of misinformation out there, and now is the time. We're finally here. We're finally here to make this decision tonight, and we're going to be here all damn night, but we got to get the facts straight. So go.
So when we put the plans out to bid, we have an extraordinary amount of approvals, state approvals we have to get. Oh, sorry.
Right.
So, you know, if the DEP changed the law last year, we will have to abide by that law. They come and check, we have to get final approvals, and so, you know, whatever the rules are, we have to follow them. Stormwater will be absolutely followed. Whatever the new rules are, that's what we have to do. And we have to submit all that paperwork prior to even putting the job out to bid and getting approval. So it's very stringent.
Thank you. Mr. Downey?
Yeah, I would just add that the reference was made again to Project Adventure. Project Adventure will remain and will stay the same throughout the implementation of this. So it will not be destroyed during the construction.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Downey, you have a great soothing voice for a podcast.
And the letter of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Letter of interpretation,
Thank you.
LOI.
The letter of interpretation needs to be gotten by NJDEP before any project started, correct?
Yeah, so here I'm gonna reemphasize that I'm the architect, I'm not the civil engineer, but my understanding is that that would come out of the approval process that Kathy just referenced.
Well, I think it's a separate process,
Would
is
be
it
part
not?
of that. I think of it as part of that process because it's tied together.
Okay,
but
because that's like a 6 to 8 month timeline with requirements.
I can clarify with the engineers the specifics of that process, but my understanding is the clarification of that classification will be part of that.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Committeewoman Engel.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the plans for stormwater aren't done yet and that you know the rules have changed and there's a lot of approval processes, but the money that's being asked for includes stormwater management. So are we right to assume that whatever money is being requested, this is the money that's going to be able to cover all? There's probably might be additional costs or whatnot. Like, are you going to need more money, or is this sufficient money that's going to cover all the new rules, or how does that all work since we don't have a plan?
So the numbers are estimates because the work has not been bid yet. But that said, they were estimated with the understanding that those improvements have to be part of the project. So they should take that into consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jonathan Poor.
What was the last name?
Poor, P-O-O-R.
Bohr. Welcome, Mr. Bohr. Thank you. Poor.
Like not wealthy.
No money. Okay, I recommend that the BOSC reject the request for a $30 million bond. The request is problematic in two regards, or actually you could talk for an hour, but I'm going to try to limit it to a couple of things here. The $20 million for SOMS renovations lacks sufficient detail. Taxpayers need to see just what sort of work is to be done before we can approve such a large sum. We would like to see that the district is conforming with the long-range goals of the two towns with regard to energy and climate resiliency. For example, it was during the initial phase of planning for the long-range facilities plan, it was deemed too expensive to go with electric heating systems that would be more resilient in the future, given rising fossil fuel costs. Now, with this extra ask of money, one wonders whether we should have gone with those more expensive ideas that would reduce operating costs in the future using capital funds. Second, the $4.5 million for plasticizing Ritzer Field is a frivolous request. As another commenter put it, $4.5 million to turn a field into a field. At a time when the district is facing budget deficits, I know we just discussed why that's different than the capital. $4.5 million to transform a flexible natural green space into a dedicated sports complex makes no sense. The plans publicized by the district are grandiose and insensitive to their effect on neighbors and other students, majority of which do not participate in these particular sports. And I would like to say quickly, the idea that you're going to be able to store stormwater in the base of the artificial turf field is not really absolutely possible. The idea of the design of the field is to get water off. So you have to have more areas outside the field that will be retention basins, and there's not enough room on the field for the current plan to have that and detention basins. So there's a contradiction. The water's going off fast, or it's the water staying and infiltrating into the ground. You can't have both. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board. So let's put this off, think about it more carefully, and vote no. Thank you.
Was there any responses from our professionals on any of those comments?
So I guess I can just add the retention component does not have to be surface open retention basins, as was referenced. So much retention, not just for fields, but parking areas and other things are done as a matter of course today. They are all under the surface, and the structures that would be involved here are those types of structures. So they are designed specifically to manage and retain the water. The water does go through the field into that system where it is maintained and released in the appropriate way in terms of volumes and so forth.
I think that's the point that he's making, that it's designed to run off more quickly than it can be absorbed, and therefore it needs detention basins off the field so that it can catch it, much like a street.
So I guess my point is that there is detention in that, there will be detention in that design. It's just not a surface detention basin that you might see in some installations. It is underneath the turf. It does serve a retention purpose and would be designed to meet all the applicable requirements associated with that.
Okay, Trustee Hilton?
I just have to ask you to elaborate on that a little bit. So is it in your judgment that all the extra water that's going to come off these fields, where would it go? And really, what's the impact of that extra water on the surrounding neighborhood, right? You know, we on the municipal side spend an awful lot of time and money on stormwater management, and so it feels to me that this is putting an undue burden on our neighborhoods. So can you comment on that?
No.
Go ahead, sir. Please answer, and please address the presumption that there's going to be a lot of water in the surrounding neighborhood because of the field. Can you speak to that too? Again, an assertion presented as fact. Is that factual?
No, I don't believe it is. The system will be designed to manage the runoff. I mean, any detention system is designed to do the same thing, and that is to capture the water, have a place for the water to go, allow the water to be released at a reasonable rate, and a rate that works with the other structures and features in the area, and also provide some infiltration. This will do both of those things and be designed to release the water as the requirements would dictate.
So if I could follow up, so is it your estimation that there's no measurable effect on the surrounding communities for stormwater?
All I can say right now, because the final design hasn't been done, and again, as I mentioned, I'm not the civil engineer who has the detailed knowledge of the systems. You know, all I can say is that they will be designed to meet the runoff requirements, to satisfy those requirements. It is not simply a wholesale release of water into the community. That's not the way it works.
Okay. So folks, and what a robust discussion. I'm going to focus mainly on the questions directly from the speakers, and then we can ask another round of questions and follow up so that we're mindful of the public's time. So let's just focus on their comments, their questions, and then we'll have discussion at the end. Does that work for everyone? Great. Okay, next speaker.
Virginia Lamb Falconer.
Hi, good evening. So I'm a Maplewood resident for 21 years. I'm a parent of 2 former student athletes, and I'm also an environmental educator and consultant with over 30 years of experience. And the more I learn about the dangers associated with synthetic turf, the more astounded I become that this proposal is even being considered. The plan as proposed is grossly deficient in details on cost and potential impact. How does it account for the projected 30% increase in rainfall, or the increased heating, or any of the other changes of our warming world, changes that could make the project cause severe damage in our community and saddle us with potentially astronomical bills, to say nothing of the health impacts to student athletes and the general public? The proposal doesn't consider all that would be permanently lost if this functioning field is destroyed and replaced with what is effectively a plastic-covered parking lot. Stormwater would be blocked from re-entering the ground, and excess would have nowhere to go but our roadways and our homes. And the DEP flood protection rules call for nature-based stormwater management solutions, otherwise known as green infrastructure, just FYI. And importantly, in addition, this proposal completely ignores the very real fact that natural turf fields can work. For years in our community, we've been comparing barely maintained fields to some imagined ideal of synthetic fields with all their glorious promise. Well, I bring here a picture from Ridgewood and their synthetic turf field last year, underwater, bubbled up, and now they're working with the Army Corps on solutions that are going to cost upwards of $25,000 per field just to clean and repair the fields. So, in fact, I've spoken to several local turf managers, and they say that well-maintained natural fields are the gold standard for athletes. So we can't keep comparing crappy fields to this ideal that doesn't really exist. So it's operation and maintenance at a small amount versus large capital improvements. So I urge you, don't rush ahead with something that seems like an expeditious solution, only to find out too late that is a problem that we could not have imagined the scope of. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've had some responses to some of those comments. Is there anything additional that the professionals would like to add?
I can't speak to the example. I don't know anything about that field or what the circumstances were there. I can speak to my experience of working with schools, and the reason many of them do consider turf is the same as the reason it's being considered here. It's the same reason we provided the analysis based on hours to the Board of Education. Turf provides a much higher use level that cannot be matched by a grass field. The other problem that school districts, and it is a challenge here as well, is that to have budgets that are adequate to support the kind of maintenance that would allow a grass field to perform quote-unquote ideally is just not realistic when it comes to public school budgets. And that's not unique to this district. I see that circumstance arising all over the state and other places, and that's why districts in many cases consider turf, because of the much greater usability. Grass has much more downtime, the maintenance is difficult, and without adequate maintenance, you run into conditions such as was illustrated by the students who spoke earlier about divots and other things that form over time and create problems with the field. So while there is, I understand the point of not comparing a rundown grass field to an ideal artificial turf, we also should be careful we're looking at the grass field correctly, and that an ideal grass field is not really an attainable goal when it comes to public school districts, at least not in my experience.
Short arms. There was also a mention of green infrastructure, and that's something that we look at, especially in our municipalities. Is that something that would be considered as a part of the bid package if turf were to move forward? Has that been given any consideration along with the stormwater retention to actually use green infrastructure as a part of that?
That's something that we can specifically speak with the engineers about and see what thoughts they have. Obviously, they've looked at it from the retention and the infiltration side of things, but it may be possible to look further.
Mr. Burnside, is that something where you can sticky it and bring that back to the board? Again, not knowing where this is going to go, but anytime that there's disruption, if we can also have green infrastructure address some of the mitigating circumstances, that's always preferred.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Trustee Brown?
Just a follow-up question to the public comment. What field is that, the example?
Field is Ritzer Field.
No, the underwater field. Yes.
It's in Ridgewood. It's at Ridgewood High School.
Okay.
And it's after Ida.
All right, thank you.
So the field, you see, bubbles up, the excess water can't evaporate, flooded this summer. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, this is this year. This is this year. And I just saw a CBS News story about working with the Army Corps and that they're considering even possibly raising the field elevation.
Okay.
Hi, all. So remember, nobody watching us on YouTube can hear. So the question from Trustee Brown was,
Sword
where was
field.
the picture of the flooded field that we just saw? And the answer was from Ridgewood this past December. Okay, next speaker, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Telesford.
I just did look up this field that flooded, and it was caused by the Ho-Ho-Kus Brooks. The bank had overflowed, and then that had caused flooding in the field and the town hall. So it wasn't just rain, the system itself not being able to come to control drainage. It was more because a brook had overflowed and then flooded the city, or flooded the town.
To overflow.
That's very helpful. We can all Google it at some point. I'm sure there's interesting history to that field. Next speaker, please.
Sabine Hack.
Good evening, Ms. Hack.
Hello, my name is Sabina Hack. I've been a resident of South Orange for 25 years. My 4 children all attended Soma schools, K through 12. They are all now in college. There's a lot of passion in these towns, and I like that. But passion can be blinding. It can make us lose sight of the big picture. The vote you have before you today is not about natural grass or artificial turf. It's not about drainage systems and flooding. It's not about our operating budget shortfalls or saving teachers' jobs. Most importantly, it is not about your personal beliefs or preferences. This vote is about bonding the necessary money to create safe, functional, and adequate spaces for our children to receive a thorough and efficient public education. I'm going to repeat that. This vote is about bonding the necessary money to create safe, functional, and adequate spaces for our children to receive a thorough and efficient public education. In New Jersey, educational requirements include 12 years of physical education. On Ritzer Field, the only education that happens, physical education that happens, is walking. That's not just inadequate, it's pathetic. The girls' locker room is in such disrepair that it's unsafe and unusable. The ceiling tiles at Psalms are falling. Even our historic renovated CHS auditorium is currently unsafe and unusable. Whether you favor athletics or the arts, all of us should stand behind giving our students safe, functional, and adequate spaces in which to learn. Please approve the long-range facilities plan overage of $29 million in full. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Rebecca Shear.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, great, thanks. Hi, my name is Rebecca Shear. I'm a Maplewood resident and mom to a 7th grader at MMS and a 3rd grader at Tuscan. Both my kids are soccer players and both hope to play someday at CHS. My older son plays at soccer in Newark for Ironbound Soccer Club. He plays at Riverfront Park, which is turf and sits right along the Passaic River. And in Newark, there is no real pushback against turf fields. And I think that Newark gets it right, because they realize that it's important to let kids have access to playable fields, and that they don't have the space and that the demand is too great for them to be able to rely on grass. In fact, the Ironbound Community Corporation, in my opinion, the gold standard for research-based advocacy and environmental justice in the state, even highlights Riverfront Park on their website as one of their organization's biggest accomplishments. And I think that this is the same situation we have in our district, that our demand for field sports surpasses what grass can provide. My family goes to soccer fields all over the state, and it's very hard to find grass fields that are in decent condition unless you go out really far, like to Somerset or down south in South Jersey, like near the Pine Barrens. And while I'm here, I'd just like to respectfully push back on a few of the arguments made against turf that I've heard, and if I had had time, I'd push back against on additional arguments as well. First, that the U.S. women's soccer team asks to play on grass. This is a false equivalency. The women's soccer team, ironically, is asking for the same thing that girls in our town are, for facilities equal to those of the boys. Additionally, the women's soccer team, they are asking for grass that will be safe and pristinely maintained, something that our district does not have in its budget. Also, that turf is too hot to play on during the summer. This is a fallacy and in contradiction to the lived experience of my own kids and just about every kid I can share who plays field sports.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. There was one issue that I picked up on there, and we've also received comments about that, is that during the summer months, that the heat on turf is so exorbitant that players would risk injury by playing on it. Do you have any experience with that that you can share in terms of recent turf installations, the accuracy, et cetera?
So that's been an item of discussion and part of the discussion related to turf fields for some time. Manufacturers have changed the way the infields are constructed. There are infields that are specifically designed to stay cooler. That was the type of infield, in fact, that was used at Underhill. So the intent is to manage that surface temperature a little bit better. I don't have any specific scientific comparisons,
sure.
but yes, the systems are available to try to address that issue.
So manage it in what way? The only thing I've ever heard is hosing down an entire field.
No, so a turf field consists of the fibers of the turf, and then there's an infill, and there's a broad range of infills that can be considered, some of which are specifically intended to maintain a cooler temperature on the field surface. So that's independent of any washing down that would happen. The surface itself stays cooler in terms of what the athletes experience being on it.
What does it use to maintain its coolness?
It's the way the infill is constructed to absorb that heat and not reflect it against the athletes
water.
that are on the field.
So it's holding some water,
No, it's the material, the infill material itself.
but the material is holding some water.
No, it just maintains a cooler temperature. It doesn't absorb the heat, completely ad hoc, but let's compare it to like a black dashboard on your car to a light color dashboard on your car, right? The light color reflects the heat more, which means it's a little bit cooler to the touch. So this infill works in a similar way.
Excuse me, are you talking about material, actual material, new material that's come in to the environment that changes the actual temperature?
So the infill I'm talking about sits between the fibers of the turf, holds them upright, and
So the product
it's
has
part
been
of the product.
upgraded
Yes,
over the years?
over the years.
To attempt to deal with this particular situation of the heat?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lastly, on that point, again, because we've received so much communication about it, Mr. Burnside, to your knowledge, has there been any complaints or a volume of complaints regarding Underhill as it relates to heat and summer months and whether the fields are playable?
We've had no complaints.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jessica Miller?
Good evening.
Ms. Miller, thank you for all your email correspondence as well.
Nice to see you. I live right here, so this is something that's very important to me. Number one, the LOI comes before planning. Number two, no stormwater plan has been costed because there isn't one right now. When Westfield learned that lesson, it cost them $2 million, okay? The original plan for Ritzer was a single artificial turf field with no additional fencing. It is now proposed to be 3 new acres of impervious coverage with 35-foot nets, 6 to 8-foot fencing, bleachers, dugouts, and lights that will shine into my home. How shameful that our very own school district is more focused on skirting DEP regulations put in place to protect area homes than on developing a responsible plan. As residents, we are being asked to pay for the plan that will flood our homes. The municipalities and the residents will pay the price for adding runoff to the already overloaded stormwater system. What kind of community are we? I have confirmation from the DEP that an LOI and FHA, that's flood hazard area permitting, are required for this site, despite the clever "not a wetlands" email. Additionally, the DEP defines the artificial turf as impermeable coverage. There was a letter published this morning that somehow seems to assert that that detention basins are not required, and I'm curious if Maplewood Engineering has reviewed that new document that was posted. I have been digging into the numbers and finances to show what a terrible fiscal decision it would be to spend $4.8 million plus to place artificial turf over the entirety of the green space at Columbia High School. But I ended up discovering additional concerning issues with further financial implications. Why was the original budget appropriation for SOMS $10.5 million, and now the BOE is requesting literally double? The total of unencumbered funds remaining—
Thank you, your time is up.
So there was a lot there. Some of it we have addressed, so I'll turn it over to our professionals on any of the comments, and then Mr. Burnside, I know there's probably some questions there for you as well.
I can only offer there's no effort here to skirt any DEP requirements. I mean, this project will go through all the approval processes and receive all the approvals it's required to receive. That's not even a question. It will happen as part of the process.
Okay. I will add to that too. I understand, Ms. Miller, for you and the residents of Hickson, that this has been a very frustrating process. It was alluded to during the last Board of Ed meeting is that we have planning boards typically that review, and we have, I'm sure you guys have served as experts where residents get to ask these questions of the professionals to get detailed understandings. And this is just a different process, one that, again, we're not a part of, but is the jurisdiction of the Board of Education, which is why we're having a very untraditional meeting right now. But Ms. Miller, I wanted to say, just to reiterate, is that the school district has committed to the appropriate LOI and FHA process moving forward. So I understood, but they have committed to that process, and I know that as a part of that process, there's implications also for the residents who live within 50 feet. So they have assured us, because this issue was raised prior to this meeting, is that all of that will be addressed the appropriate way. And I think we acknowledge that there isn't a stormwater management plan to be presented because one is not being completed. And this is a chicken and egg situation, because even on the municipal side, is you need to go out to bid first to see what the actual costs are going to be. And then you could choose to reject bids and not proceed with a project. But it's tough to spend all the money, just thinking out loud, in advance before going out to bid. When normally the soft costs are associated with the total construction budget. So, but rest assured for the residents, and perhaps this doesn't move forward at all, is that we have communicated that. I know Board President Telesford and First Vice President Vadlamani are very well aware and sensitive to those issues as well that were raised by the public. So I just want to note that it is absolutely noted here, and the importance of that, and the importance of making sure that residents of Hickson and within close proximity to the site have a very vested interest in this. And then I believe we did address some of the questions regarding stormwater and the applications here and the impacts on surrounding neighbors. Mr. Burnside, next speaker, please.
Steve Latz.
Hi, Steve Latz, 33-year resident of Maplewood in South Orange, and I've now moved to much higher ground in Sussex County. I want to address a number of, I assume you're all in receipt of my planned remarks and hope you had a chance to read them. I'm going to diverge from those. I first want to speak to the concerns about gender equity that have been raised by several students, and I'm come from a family of sports fanatics, and I'm strongly in favor of gender equity, and that does not have to wait until the fields are put right in one fashion or another. Dr. Guilford, it can happen tomorrow, and it should happen tomorrow, and I would expect that members of the Board of Education hold you accountable for that. The athletic director simply favors boys' sports over girls' sports in the scheduling. It needs to stop tomorrow. Second, on grass management. It's interesting to me, but that no one but Jane Conrad and Virginia and others have looked at examples of successful grass management all over the Northeast. The cost is actually varies from, with up to 2,000 hours of use. The cost varies from $1,500 an acre on the low end to $8,500 an acre on the high end, which would be for the 3 acres of Ritzer Field, do the math, about $26,000. With respect to Mr. Burnside's tiny type slide, finally describing where all the $157.4 million has gone, what he depicted for soft costs was nearly $16 million, which means that he has allocated 11.4% for soft costs, which is just out of this world, and it means that the original estimates in the plan were way off because all the bid awards
Thank you. Your time is up.
came in under cost. The last point I want to make is that,
Mr. Latz, I'm sorry, I'm going to.
I'm going to cut my microphone off. My voice is loud. The thing you need to demand is that you funded $93 million. You funded $93 million. You haven't gotten your money's worth because many elements of the original proposal were cut out of the bid scope in order to bring the bid awards under budget, and you need to find out which elements of the plan that was before you go forward, because you have that amount of work, probably about $20 million, plus another $100 million in priority 2 and priority 3 needs that need to be funded.
Sir, thank you.
All right, Mr. Latz, you have an incredible background working with this district. I don't like to cut off anybody, especially people I respect, but we've all been following the rules, right? It's 2 minutes. We don't want to give anybody an unfair advantage. All of your email correspondence, which I appreciate, have been distributed not just to the Board of School Estimate, but also forwarded to our partners on the Board of Education. So we hear your passion. We've read all of your emails. The references also to a former board member who sent some emails, and that is in the hands of the district. So I do appreciate you coming out tonight. And for everybody, please, let's just try and follow the timer so that we don't have any awkward moments. I don't like awkward moments. And yeah, let's move on to the next speaker.
Dave and Merrill Connor.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm David Mariconnor. I'm a resident of Maplewood. I'm an actual resident of Maplewood. I still live here. I still pay taxes here. I have an 8th grade daughter who plays softball, hence the sweatshirt. I have a 5th grade boy who plays baseball, hence the hat. I wear multiple hats. I coach all their teams. I'm very involved. I'll try to keep this brief because I got a lot to say, and I want to try to work in a question for the board professionals in the midst of my comments, so hopefully that can be answered when I stop. 1, ideology has no place here, and policy has no place here. You are here, as one of our previous speakers said, to approve bonds and to decide whether the Board of Education, which is the policy-making body, has appropriately advocated or allocated money for the goals that it is charged with accomplishing, which it has done. They voted unanimously for this funding. You are here to make sure that that funding lines up and then to approve it. It's not a place to express your ideological opposition to artificial turf. It's just not the forum for it. If it were, you can run for the Board of Education, vote against it there, or if it comes up before your town, vote against it there if you want. This is not the place for an ideological stand. Second, there is no plan B. There is no other option. Maintaining the grass fields it's not an option to provide equal fields for the girls. You have a serious Title IX problem here. Our girls deserve better. And working backwards from them, improving things for the girls to give them equal facilities will allow youth sports to thrive with more open space to play. To the professionals, so I can work these in. in my 20 seconds, would you agree that it is illogical to think that there would be neighborhood flooding because this field is down gradient from the neighborhood? It is permeable, and it will have stormwater facilities built in to make sure that there is no flooding. The water will go through, it will be retained and then released at a regular rate. Also, that Ritzer is not in the special flood hazard area on the FEMA maps, would not
Thank you. Your
require
time
any
is up.
permitting there. Okay, I'm done. Please vote to approve the field. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, there was some questions there. Let's address that first, which was, please go right ahead, the ones directed at you.
Yeah, I think it's, the question, as I understood it, was a question about neighborhood flooding. Would this contribute to it? I do not believe it would. I mean, the requirements that we will have to demonstrate conformance with would include those we started out, the new DEP requirements, which, you know, have requirements for infiltration and reduced runoff and so forth. That said, if there is a cause for flooding in the neighborhood that is independent of this field, body of water, whatever that might be, the field is not necessarily going to be a panacea to fix a broader issue either. So, you know, but the field itself will be designed to address those requirements.
Okay, thank you. And because I had to cut off Mr. Latz, there was some questions he raised, and then we just didn't follow up similarly. Mr. Burnside, was there anything particular, or representatives of the Board of Education, was there anything that you wanted to respond to with respect to Mr. Latz's comments?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. And none from the board? Okay. There is something, and it's actually why we went into executive session briefly, and I wanted to make sure, because we have some people commenting on, you know, the right of our girl athletes to be equivalent to that of our boy athletes. And so what I was told to be delicate, so this is where it's less is more, but just please follow me here, is this is being considered in respect to the larger issue because of litigation that commenced after the long-range facilities plan was originally adopted in 2019. So from that point to this point today, and why you're seeing revisions for Ritzer, is the consideration of the Board of Education, their understanding of Title IX, the guidance that they have received from their board professionals and attorneys to potentially be able to alleviate some of these concerns with what the proposal is right now. So I can't get into more specifics of that, but just understand when you hear a lot of our girl athletes come forward or references to Title IX, is that is what we went into executive session for, was to understand how that came about, when it came about, and whether or not a consideration of this tonight would help potentially alleviate some of those disputes that the district is facing right now as it relates to our young women athletes. Is that good enough for you, Mr. Acker?
I think that was very well said.
Thank you very much. I love when I'm told that. Next speaker, please.
Phoebe Spanier.
Hi, my name is Phoebe. I'm a resident of Maplewood. I'm also here to talk about Ritzer Field, but I think it very much ties into just general concerns about financial decisions and priorities in the district. So I want to start by asking 3 questions.
Just closer to you.
I want to start by asking 3 questions. Maybe some of them are like super basic and obvious, but they're not obvious to me. First of all, the funding for Ritzer Field and the SOMS renovations has been tied together. My understanding is that this was a choice by the Board of Ed. It didn't have to be that way. And I'm wondering, can they be decoupled? Because it seems like there would be a more orderly decision process if they didn't have to be rushed through together. My second question is regarding flooding, which has been raised quite a few times. It does seem that, at least as far as the amount of planning that has been released so far, the main idea is just to remove water from the artificial turf field and direct it into overloaded storm drainage systems. So that doesn't seem like a great plan. And given the importance of the flooding issue, shouldn't shouldn't there be like a more extensive presentation from a technical and financial point of view that can be reviewed, preferably also by the public? I think people have brought up a number of times that there is not really an apples to apples comparison going on here. There's sort of the idea that you could leave the field as is, or you could put in plastic turf. There is, as other people have mentioned, an option to look at natural fields, which are well maintained and invested in as they should be. And there isn't anyone here tonight to speak to that. There's one person who self-described as not an expert in turf fields who's been answering questions. But shouldn't the towns consider the option of a well-maintained turf field? I believe that is my time. Thank you.
Great. So thank you. The first question I would ask is to our Board of Education colleagues. I know there's been robust discussion amongst you on the proposal of turf, natural turf. Would you care to share any comments of FFT meetings and how you arrived at the recommendation for turf rather than further analysis on additional improvements to natural grass?
We arrived at that partly because of, I would say that the issue that we have is about time. There's lots of scheduling issues at Underhill. And then when you look at the fields in our community, there's more playability or there's more playing hours than there are, I guess, the ability to maintain those fields. And so by having a turf field, it allows us to alleviate that by allowing us to have more scheduling on these fields, which will increase the hours of playability. So that was part of the reason that we arrived on using turf over grass.
Okay. Mr. Vadlamani, is there anything additional from you on that?
I mean, if you look at the presentation, it has a slide that shows turf versus grass. And I think at least to me, the number that jumps out the most is the number of hours that you can use to play on it. We could have a band practice there in the morning. We could have a soccer match in the afternoon and softball in the evening. Today, we cannot do that. And if boys play soccer during rain, that thing is destroyed for the next 1 week. So even though we have idealistic ideas of, let's have grass, that's just not possible for the usage that we have. It may be good for a lot of other people, but for us, it is just number of hours of usage.
Great, thank you. Whoa, that was a slow clap. Yeah. And then there was a question that I'm surprised we didn't get a little bit earlier, was this notion of coupling. For those of you who follow board meetings, you've seen at times people quote unquote sever something out, which means pull it out for separate action, or you'll receive a request for funding and you can remove one item. And this has been, again, an educational process for a lot of us, because I think it's the first time, at least while I've been an elected official, where there is somewhat of a split where we have to figure out how to move forward. So from the Board of Education's attorney was that what was transmitted to the Board of School estimate was the totality of what the Board of Education adopted. We did not request put it all together into one resolution. That is what they approved, which is why that is what is before us here today. Keep in mind, we, as municipal partners, did offer suggestions back that, is there an opportunity for us to sever? Could we have two resolutions available to us? We do not want to hold up other critical work that I think there is general consensus we'd like to move forward on. So it will be interesting when we get to the later part of the meeting, what flexibility that we have in order to achieve that. So I would say stay tuned. We heard it loud and clear, and there might be some ninja procedural items that we're trying to accomplish here to achieve a goal of being able to allow people to voice whatever concerns they have with some items without delaying the larger items that we know are critical in moving forward. So thank you for raising that. Is there anything from the administration to add on top of that explanation? Okay, good. All right, next speaker, please.
Alina Jacobs.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alina Jacobs, and I'm a South Orange resident. My daughter Olive spoke earlier. I'm here tonight to urge the Board of School Estimates to vote yes on the long-range facilities plan. Our schools and facilities are in desperate need of upgrades, and delaying the process is both irresponsible and a blow to the students our community serves. Turfing Ritzer Field will benefit not just athletes, but all the students of CHS who may finally have a working field to use for physical education all seasons, even after the rain. Turf has enabled programs like flag football to thrive because they play rain or shine. We are a community that recognizes and benefits from turf. We should help more students benefit from that opportunity. We heard the Board of Education members on Thursday night talk about the budget deficit that our district is facing and their genuine interest in reducing legal fees. By funding a long-range facility plan, you will be helping our Board of Education to meet this goal. Fixing the girls' locker rooms and installing an additional turf field will prevent Title IX complaints and lawsuits, which could result in new legal fees. Turf is a fiscally responsible decision for our district. It is also the decision that supports fair and equitable playing fields, opportunities for the female athletes in our towns. Please don't put the burden of solving the carbon footprint on the female athletes of our school district. It shouldn't be lost on anyone in this room that it's March and it's Women's History Month. I'm frankly shocked that in SOMA in 2024, we are here advocating for equal and fair facilities for our female athletes. I sincerely hope that the Board of School Estimates keeps its commitment to funding a long-range facilities plan so that projects that have already been debated and decided can get off the ground and help our students. Now more than ever, our kids need some good news. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Jacobs, I will also note that your daughter Olive was very impressive. I noted in caps that she is a freshman speaking, and I think for many of the adults around the horseshoe, we would never think about speaking in public at 15 years old or whatever. So congratulations to you for a wonderful young student you have there. Mr. Burnside?
Marion Robb.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Marion Rabb, and I'm a 23-year Maplewood resident, and I'm also the CPAC, the Special Ed Liaison to CHS. A budget, or in this case a bond, my friends, is a moral document. We've heard speakers today talk about a lot of things, including talking about creating a safe and functional adequate spaces for our children to receive a thorough and adequate education. Nobody in here would disagree with that. And nobody in here disagrees with the fact that our girls need to have equal and tolerable locker rooms and spaces. This is not a Title IX argument. And if we want to make a Title IX argument, maybe the boys' teams should be a little better sharing the fields and not forcing our girl athletes to walk 2 miles to fields that are dangerous. So in my mind, this is not a Title IX argument. This is a moral argument, And let's talk about some more morals. Let's talk about safe and functional schools and the fact that in the original long-range facilities plan, Columbia High School, one sole elevator was supposed to be completely replaced, and another elevator was supposed to be built at the end of the building. Last December, disabled children at Columbia High School spent 3 weeks trying to keep up with their classes in the guidance office because the one working elevator at Columbia flooded during that terrible storm that also flooded the Columbia cafeteria, causing the entire school district to close down for a day. That's where we are right now in our environment. We have disabled students desperately trying to keep up with their classes in a guidance office because we have an unworking elevator, a continuous ADA violation that's been going on for years. So if you want to talk about other lawsuits that can come up in this district, I suggest you think about that one too.
Ms. Rabb, thank you so much for your comments, and I've heard you speak at prior meetings. Mr. Burnside and Dr. Gilbert, Would you provide an update to the public on the concerns about the elevator and all elevators and ADA accessibility that's happening in the schools?
Yes, just recently we did confirm with our architect that there is money in the bond to do repairs, renovations on the existing elevator.
How much money?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but Mr. Downey, I don't know about a second elevator being installed.
It was in the original long-range facility plan.
So I don't have the high school plans with me. I'll have to confirm. I don't have the budget numbers with me specific to the elevator, no, sorry.
So, Mr. Burnside and colleagues on the Board of Education and Dr. Gilbert, typically when at least the municipality has issues that impact ADA compliance, especially when you have children who need that as a resource, it's not a part of a future bond. It's an emergency repair using your existing capital funds or your maintenance reserves and doing an emergency appropriation. Is that something that the Board of Education has considered, given some of the comments?
We do get it fixed every time.
3 weeks. The elevator was down for 3 weeks.
Sometimes parts are hard to get, and there is a lead time, and that's unfortunate.
It wasn't parts. It was
But we do take it very seriously.
Can we please stop the back and forth?
Understood, Ms. Rabb. I'm hearing you loud and clear, just having a little conversation here. Dr. Gilbert?
Yes, so it is concerning that our elevator has continued to have issues in our schools. And as you know, we have several aged buildings in our district, and we are really working hard. Our facilities director, Mr. Tom Giglio, is working very hard to try to help maintain. What happens sometimes, it happens at Psalms and it happens at Columbia, is that those elevators, because of the aging, sometimes the parts that we need to fix it aren't readily available. And so sometimes that does, unfortunately, cause us to have to be delayed in getting that elevator fixed. But we are looking at other options and opportunities. I appreciate you putting that on the table for us. That's definitely something we would definitely go through and make sure we talk about. But it is concerning that we do have these elevator issues. But rest assured that when we get the issues, we work as quickly as possible to get that elevator, get all of those elevators fixed. But again, sometimes we run into problems with parts. Sometimes we run into problems where, for example, the last at Columbia High School where we fixed the elevator, but then the wind shaft or something occurred, and the elevator could run to a certain point, but just for safety reasons, we decided to shut it down just to make sure it was working just properly as we needed it to work. And so we're going to continue to work on this and continue to maintain it, but don't doubt for a minute that it does not concern us that when that elevator goes down, we have students who can't get to where they want to be. And so it is my expectation, is that expectation of Mr. Giglio, that anytime this happens, we work as expeditiously as possible to get that elevator fixed.
So can I get clarification on the answer to the question? Are 2 elevators in the plan or just 1? And is it replacement or just fixing it again?
Replacement, just 1 replacement. It's in the attachment I sent you guys the other day.
Could we hear from the professionals and not from the resident?
I know, right?
Just let him answer.
Your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. If it takes a second to pull everything up, like we would like to hear a little bit more about the elevators and accessibility. So what I'm hearing is that 1 is planned for Columbia High School. Is that a new elevator, correct?
I don't believe it's a new elevator.
Not a new elevator. It's $100,000 in Band-Aid repairs that are going to do nothing.
And it's a problem at MMS too.
Okay,
Amen.
I hear you guys, 1 second. So if the issue is that the parts are no longer available, and we've dealt with that, but again, not on a very important issue like this, we've dealt with that with public works equipment, is that we need to replace it entirely or else we're continuously looking for old parts. And when they're no longer available, it just delays the time for us to fix the situation. So have you considered a new elevator in Columbia High School? And then what would be the status of South Orange or the middle school?
So this is what was approved in the original bond. This is what was approved by the Department of Education. We had no plan to alter that.
What's this? When you say this, what is this?
The renovation of the elevator.
I'm pretty sure it was a replacement elevator. I mean, does anyone?
It was originally a replacement, and then it was downgraded to $100,000 in repairs and refurbishment, according to Frank Sanchez, before he was placed on administrative leave. He told me that personally. I have it in an email that I'm happy to share with every member on this portion.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman.
Absolutely.
So look, this is really important, clearly, right? And stuff like this, when it comes up like this, it compromises everything that we're trying to do tonight. It eliminates the faith and trust in our decision-making. It eliminates if any goodwill is left. And I'm speaking directly to administration. This is not personal, please. I know I come across hot, as the attorney, witnessed earlier in closed session. But I don't mean it personally. I just think that with everything that is going on, how could we not have this on our radar? So Dr. Gilbert, now I'm coming to you. I really think in the interest of transparency, tomorrow, you and your colleagues need to I strongly recommend that you release to the public all the repairs that have been made and the issues that you've experienced with parts and what money has been spent in all of those repairs. Because the idea here is that, as Chairwoman Mayor Collins said, on the municipal side, after we make a bunch of repairs over and over again to something, eventually the financial equation and our duty is to replace that. So I really think the public needs to have that transparency. Because again, when these things happen, it really dilutes everything else and compromises this vote tonight. It's really, really unfortunate. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So I think you're hearing loud and clear from the municipal partners. I'll just share a story with you. At the South Orange train station, sometimes our elevators don't work. We're always asking New Jersey Transit to make sure that those elevators are in service. And it's really awful for what happens to the residents is that we actually have members of our fire department will have to carry them up the stairs. It's tough to even think about how embarrassing and just not anything we would want for any members of the community. So if there's high sensitivities for people with disabilities and all of that, not to bring attention to their disabilities and do something that is really beneath what we want for our most vulnerable students. So why I will suggest that let's sticky this and put it, we have a municipal partnerships meeting that's coming up very shortly. And I would ask our Board of Education colleagues if it's okay with them, if we can get an update on the elevator status and discuss this in a little bit more detail. And for Dr. Gilbert and Mr. Burnside, remember you have municipal partners here who really know how to blow up phones. And so if you need emergency repairs, things of that nature, and need assistance from higher up than South Orange and Maplewood, there is nobody who will bother somebody more than perhaps Committeeman Dean Daffis. So.
And we do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, consider us a partner. And I mean that with complete love, Dean, is that you've got a lot of advocates over here who will help you so that we don't have to hear things like that. And Ms. Rabb, thank you for sharing that with the Board of School Estimate, and we will stay on top of it with you. It does seem like some things are frivolous when you raise issues like that, which should be our top priority.
Thank you.
Great. Next speaker, please.
Julie McCourt.
Do you need a reason?
Thank you, Village President Collum and my elected trustees of South Orange. I am applauding the way you are conducting this meeting. I sympathize with the female and disabled students who feel continually ignored by SOMA Board of Education because, in fact, at the February 29th meeting, I was ignored by the Soma Board of Education when I put in a request to speak, and I was present on WebEx. To be clear, every day any district elevator does not work is an ADA violation. To be clear, Title IX regulations do not require artificial surfaces for any sports. Soma Board of Education has failed every single meeting to respond to emails as posted when answers have been requested. Posting a new document, however simple or complex, on the Soma Board of Education website on the day of the vote to approve this budget and bond for millions of dollars violates the budgeting and bond state laws of the state of New Jersey. To hear for the first time tonight that stormwater management costs are included in the project, but we, the taxpayers, do not have a written plan to inspect in advance of tonight's votes, highlights Soma Board of Education lack of preparation and transparency. Soma Board of Education administration is also violating the taxpayers' due process by failing to post all documents for public inspection, including the stormwater management plan, in a timely manner. Approximately 5 years ago, Soma Board of Education voted on a long-range facilities plan that represented Ritzer Field and several other schools that would have artificial turf surfaces installed. That plan remains inherently flawed by installing an artificial turf over an existing active flowing stream. Soma Board of Education represents before its public speaks periods that it votes on all matters that are thoroughly researched and well considered. No
Thank you. Your
entity,
time is up.
including a for-hire engineering firm, no entity except the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has the legal authority to declare any land a wetland or not, or overrule a decision of the New Jersey Board of Environmental
Ms.
Protection.
McCourt,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your advocacy, and thank you for coming out, and I hope your foot heals soon. Next speaker, please.
David Humer.
Mr. Humer?
He stepped out. I would just hold him until later.
Eric Shorter.
Good evening. Some of you know me. I'm Eric Shorter. I just want to state for the record, first and foremost, that I absolutely support sports for the young women in this town. I have 3 daughters that went through the entire system, K through 12. They played soccer, they played softball, they played 4 years of field hockey. I absolutely support you. Ritzer Field does not have to be plastic. It does not have to be covered with forever chemicals. 200 feet from the waterway, the Rahway River extension, visible to the naked eye, that slopes right into the water. We need safe spaces. We don't need forever chemicals. We don't need 3 acres of garbage. I was here last time. You heard me call it garbage. It's landfill. There's no place to dispose of it. Now, I just want to read something, and I want to make sure I get this right, so I brought a quote. Beyond the $10 million of ADA compliance that was pushed aside as priority 2, I just want to talk about this field. This is from one of your zoning board members, Devyani. Even more alarming is the risky advice via our district's consultants to sidestep the NJ Department of Environmental Protection requirements for this project. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I have played one on TV. Sidestepping the Department of Environmental Protections to put in forever chemicals 200 feet from the water, just the legal exposure alone should give you pause. The potential for litigation. This is not a safe space. We can maintain this grass, but just like the stage, the elevators, the locker rooms, we need to put in the effort. Grass grows naturally, and if we put in the effort, we can keep it green. Now, I loathe to say this, but say this I must. When I hear people talking about artificial turf, I'm reminded of Willy Wonka, and particularly Veruca Salt. It didn't end well for her. And if we put in artificial turf,
Thank you. Your time is up.
it will not end well. Mark my words.
Sir, was she the one who became a blueberry?
Golden egg.
Oh, that's right, the greedy, gotcha. Great movie. I think that there was, thank you for those points. Ms. Guha is my appointment to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, so anytime you're going to drop her name, I'm going to say, But I do know that ever since those issues were raised about the DEP, I don't think it was an intentional oversight. None of us, even on the Board of School Estimate, knew that in 2019. It was a catch from the community, and as soon as that catch happened, it was forwarded to the district, and we do have their assurances that, we reiterated tonight, if and only if this project moves forward, every aspect of DEP guidelines will be followed moving forward. I don't know if that provides.
Budgeted for, because they might have requirements that don't match any of those requirements.
So I understand the question was like, how do you know there's so many requirements, et cetera? We do not have the civil engineer here. We don't have somebody who's the wetlands delineator, et cetera. We do have the architect of record here, but I think those are best questions for them that we can follow up on. But know that we have laser focus on paying attention to what those guidelines are and making sure that our partners on the Board of Education do follow them. They're a very important agency in New Jersey, and no doubt if we did something not conforming to their guidelines, they would have no problem showing up, and none of us want that. Mr. Burnside, next speaker.
Mara Herman?
I believe that's Malia Herman.
Sorry.
This is actually going faster than I thought. Good evening. My name is Malia Herman, and I'm from Maplewood. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. As you consider the projects included in the Long-Range Facilities Plan tonight, I want to bring your attention to projects included in this package that haven't been spoken about yet. Under the heading of CHS renovations is a line item for $1.1 million for the CHS Guidance Suite. This is a project that members of our CPAC Executive Board have worked on in the past with Principal Sanchez, and they were to include a new life skills lab as well as the Guidance Suite. Now, the Guidance Suite would be a really important update to the school because currently the counselor offices are spread throughout the building, and this would bring them all into one suite and make it easier for students who are seeking support. According to the CDC, more than 4 in 10 students felt persistently sad or hopeless, and nearly 1/3 experienced poor mental health, and this is in the years following COVID. The need for these updates was also underscored in an editorial in our very own Columbian that was published by the Village Green. And in that article, they talked about parents and students claiming that it was confusing to access mental health support in the high school. The Life Skills Lab, if it remains as part of this CHS renovations plan, would open a dedicated space for students with disabilities to learn things like making meals, dressing for the weather, and other things to prepare students for life after high school. So as you consider this package, please remember that there are other very worthy, and I would say essential, projects wrapped up in this plan that deserve your attention and approval. And my question would be, if you could give us more details on this guidance suite that is included in the renovations and whether the Life Skills Lab remains in that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. So either, Mr. Burnside, would you be able to address that one, or is that better for our professionals? Okay. I'll give you a second to think. Yes, so specifically, is it still planned to be the guidance suite with life skills, et cetera, as the programming?
There is. They're not directly together in that area that's being renovated for guidance, but there are spaces moving around to provide for that, yes.
Okay. But they're not all together?
Right.
Basically, no. So I'm not fully understanding. So the original proposal was to have them all grouped together, and now they're separated, or?
They never were all grouped together. They may have been the desire, but the spaces in the building being what they are, the guidance suite is bringing the guidance offices together in one area, but the life skills space is not directly in that area.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And so the life skills space would be where?
It's going where the nurses area is, correct? Yeah, yeah, where the existing nurses area is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't bring the plans with me tonight, I'm sorry.
We'll do our best to answer. If you could pull your mic down a little bit.
Turn on. Up there it goes.
There you go.
So the guidance suite is in where the pool area was becomes the commons. And the one side of it was the girls' locker, the other side is the boys' locker. The boys' old locker room is becoming the guidance suite. And all of that area, all of the guidance officers are moving into that suite if this is approved, because the funding is not there right now. Right now, it's just vacated. It's been abated and it's vacated. When they move, there's areas within the building that are currently offices, nurses, there's some counseling areas that get vacated. Those spaces are going to be converted back into classrooms because they were kind of just partitioned off into spaces. One of those spaces, and it's hard to describe because I don't have the plan, but one of those spaces that gets vacated when the guidance moves will then become life skills again. Life skills was originally planned for the new addition, which we didn't build. And when we didn't build the new addition, that was one of the requests from Frank Sanchez, was that space that was going to be in the new addition needed to come in the building. And so it's going to go into one of the areas that gets reconfigured when we move the guidance suite.
I'm following now. So when you referenced the original budget and the scale back that was happening at Columbia High School, this is a part of the value engineering or what have you that led to needing to relocate these spaces from where they were originally thought to be.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Ms. Herman. Next speaker, please.
Julia Flath. Rich Weiner.
Hello. I'm actually going to try to do what you said at the beginning and not talk about something that hasn't been brought up mostly. Although I first want to say that by definition, just in responding to some other things that were said, by definition, these plastic grass surfaces are not permeable. So when someone said they were permeable, they are definitely not. The second thing is there has been a lot of work done about the temperature of these fields, the plastic fields. And even though there have been some attempts to use new materials, the evidence that's out there, the articles I've read have suggested at most they reduce the highest temperatures by a few degrees. It doesn't really change the potential problems with the temperatures on these things. Should also note that if you take a look, if you just Google these things, you'll see that these fields are being increasingly banned in other places. The EU acted on this just this week, and they're being banned in a number of places. Not totally yet, but I think what Eric was saying before is a serious issue, that approving this plastic field is a real risk for these towns because of what might happen in the future. I also want to say I spoke to Sarah Evans this morning, who would have liked to have spoken here but couldn't. She's a faculty member at the Mount Sinai Children's Environmental Health Center, who pointed me to some of their articles which say that the studies of the composition of these surfaces confirm the presence of carcinogens and neurotoxins, including polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, benzene, and lead. Exposure to these chemicals are associated with cancer, learning disabilities, behavioral problems, lower IQ. And this is a group that deals with this every day in in clinical and in non-clinical settings. So I see that my time is almost up. There's other things I would have liked to have said, but it's getting late for everyone, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
David Herman.
Can you hear me? Is this on?
Yes.
All right. I submitted earlier today to the BOS a letter supported by now we're up to 14 groups continue to sign up, student groups, organizational groups within the community supporting Ritzer. The whole point of the letter, and I hope you all read it, I have serious doubts whether you did, because I think some people have their mind made up, but the point of the letter was to correct some of the misinformation that's out there. Some of the misinformation we've heard again tonight. This has to be a decision that's based on facts, not on fear, okay? We've got so much stuff going on in our community that like nobody's happy with, right? We're in the news for the wrong reasons again. And the kids are caught in the middle of it. We have adults fighting on social media, fighting here at Board of Education meetings, at BOST meetings, battles of like lawn signs, and we're not listening to each other. And I hope people read my letter and are listening to me, but if you don't listen to me, listen to the kids. They told you. And if you talk about leadership, like these seniors, the freshmen was great. I give her a ton of credit. The seniors who are here, this field's not gonna benefit them. They've got nothing to gain by sticking their neck on the line and coming and advocating for the girls who come after them. They're not gonna benefit, but that's leadership. And we need leadership here from the people on this board. And you know, you may have made up your mind before you came here, but you're not committed to that. You know, your hand hasn't come off the pawn yet. You can change your mind. You could do a great thing tonight. Whatever way you vote, you're gonna send a strong message, one way or another, upon what you value. You know, Marianne said it's a moral choice, and I agree with you, Hirsch. We should obviously fund the elevator. That should be a priority. But you also are making a strong statement. What do you value more? This empty, barren, decrepit field, or these girls? You're gonna send them a message one way or another, and it's up to you what that message will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Next speaker, please.
Jessica Hertz.
Hello. Hello. I'm here tonight to voice my thoughts on the Ritzer Field proposal. I am new to this community, coming up on my 1-year mark since moving here. Before coming here, I actually did a lot of research on towns in New Jersey. I'm from New York, so it was a major deal. And one of those things that pulled me towards SOMA was the town's ethical values and what I saw as more creative and forward-thinking than I might expect in more typical suburbia. When I heard about the town's plan to turf a big green space, I was really unpleasantly shocked. Are these values just for show? We cannot possibly think that pouring tons of plastic into the ground will have zero effect on our environment. Nothing does nothing. This will affect the land and community's health, physical, mental, and otherwise. There is no doubt about that. I'm disappointed that this board would even consider a plan so out of a 90s playbook and such a reflection of backward thinking. I was here at the last board meeting. I heard some people point to school pride as an argument for turfing. I go back to my previous mention that in this town, we are full of innovative and forward thinkers. We can think of ways to beautify and amplify this field and the school's athletics that doesn't include directly and knowingly contributing to climate change. I don't have a child at this school yet, but in all seriousness, I hope that the inner workings of this school are running like a well-oiled machine before we even begin talking about putting several $1 million towards replacing a field with a field. Lastly, like I mentioned, I was at the last meeting and I heard many young women athletes talk about wanting a turf field. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We're now moving to our online public speaks.
How many, Mr. Burnside, do we have signed up?
Around 15. There were some people that showed up in person, so.
I'm just going to poll the board really quick. Does anybody need like a couple-minute recess just for the bathroom break or anything like that? I know we've been going about 2.5 hours plus.
Yes.
Okay, unless there's any
We-
objection.
We do this, once a month. It's not a problem.
Okay, so you're allowed to go to the bathroom once a month. My apologies to those who are online, but we have been here since 5:30, so we're just going to, a very brief 5 minutes for everybody to stretch their legs, use the restroom, and then we'll get started on the public virtual comments. Thank you.
We need a motion to recess? Motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Close enough. If everyone could please get seated, we're going to start the meeting back. Just waiting on Committeeman Daffis. Oh, there you are. All right. Boom, 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 boom. I would like to reconvene this special meeting of the Board of School Estimate. Thank you all for your patience as we took a brief recess. We are now going to move towards public comments being held via WebEx. Mr. Burnside.
Ollie Gantz.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Please hold on one moment. Mr. Burnside, are we going to have video of the speakers on WebEx?
If the community member wants to turn on their camera, they will be on the screen.
All right, thank you. All right, we can now see you, and if possible, for all members online, we'd love if you can turn on video.
Oh boy, I was not prepared for that. I'll let you.
It's okay if you can't.
Here we go. I'm not having a, let's see if this is working.
Oh, it's working.
Oh, great. I'm not having a good hair day, folks, so please bear with me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ollie Gans, and I live on 59 Hickson Place with my husband, my 2.5-year-old son, and our 2 greyhounds. You are all aware of the reasons why my neighbors and I want you to reject the $30 million request from the BOE resolution, as we've detailed in emails sent to you. What I'd like to address instead during my 2 minutes tonight is what this proposal says about our community. When my family and I moved to New Jersey, we chose to live in Soma because of its progressive values and sense of community. To us, that was worth some of the highest property taxes in the United States. The way in which the proposal to turn Ritzer Field into artificial turf has been handled and how nearby residents have been treated has made me question what Soma really values. First of all, concerns about the impact of artificial turf on the environment and the health of those living near it, which are backed by science, I'd like to point out, have been met with eye rolls and name calling. Even tonight, people have alluded to misinformation and ideology, which seem like thinly veiled attempts to discredit those who have valid concerns about artificial turf. Our concerns are neither of those things. They are rooted in science and they are rooted in the numbers. There is a strong sense that for those in Soma who will not be directly affected by this proposal, aka people who don't live directly near Columbia High School, the negative effects don't concern them, and that us raising these issues is a mere annoyance. Further, there has been no outreach to those of us who live near Columbia High School about this project. None of this makes me feel like I live in a community where people look out for one another. The students and their parents who spoke tonight are absolutely right. Female students at Columbia High School deserve safe and functional facilities to play their sports. And it is a problem that the Ritzer Field proposal is tied to the rest of this proposal. This was a choice by the BOE, not those of us who have valid concerns about Ritzer Field. But I want to make clear that turning Ritzer Field into artificial turf is not the only option. In fact, nowhere in Title IX does it require artificial turf. I am truly at a loss as to why this is even being considered at this point, given the financial, environmental, and health costs associated with the proposed project. I urge you to think about what this says about Soma. Do we want to build infrastructure to withstand climate change? Do we value the voices of residents?
Thank you, your time is up.
Advocates.
So Ms. Gantz raised an issue about the outreach to the community. Mr. Downey, it is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the letter of interpretation process that the district will need to follow does go through a process that requires the notification of people within, I believe it's 50 feet or 200 feet, I'm sorry, thank you for the correction. Is that the process moving forward, and will the district agree to making sure that that is a component of the letter of interpretation?
Of course.
Okay. And Mr. Downey, did I state that correctly? My question was, did I state that correctly? The district responded, yes, they will follow the process. Is that the correct process? Is that once a letter of interpretation is sought from the DEP, the required noticing goes out within 200 feet?
It does. I'm not certain on the 200 feet. I do believe it's more than 50, but I'm not sure if it's 200 or 250. But
Okay, the applicable fee.
whatever the requirement is.
Whatever the requirement is. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gantz. Next speaker, please.
Rebecca Scholl.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rebecca Scholl. I'm a resident of Hickson Place. Aside from the very real threat that synthetic turf poses to the health of athletes, neighbors, and the environment, this project is a financial disaster for our towns. The cost and magnitude of this project has already doubled since the original proposal, and work had not yet begun. And if we do get the $5 million AstroTurf installed, the saga is still just beginning. The taxpayers of our towns will be forced to pay for plastic grass maintenance and replacement in perpetuity. Let's also consider who we would be writing this check to. The BOE has repeatedly proven that they're incapable of even the most basic project management or fiscal responsibility. Just last week, they voted to lay off approximately 30 educators due to budget mismanagement. How dare they ask the taxpayers for more funding when they can't even manage the structures, finances, or employees they currently have? Everyone in our town should be outraged at the accusations of gender inequity within the CHS athletic department. Why can't girls' teams receive equal play on the 16 diamond fields we already have? I'll say that again. We already have 16 fields, but somehow the CHS girls softball team is being denied access to field time. Plastic grass won't fix that problem. Let's instead come together as the progressive town we claim to be. Let's demand gender equality within our schools. Let's learn how to organically maintain natural grass fields that sustain sports as well as wildlife. Let's demand that the elevators be fixed so all students can access classrooms. Let's fund the arts and fix the theater. These are all causes that better represent the shared progressive values Soma residents love to boast about. Or are we just abandoning our principles for the attempted appeasement of a few loud voices? We can do better than that. You, our elected leaders, can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholl. Next speaker, please.
Julie Liu.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Julie Liu. I'm a South Orange resident, and I'm speaking to express my concerns on whether an adequate stormwater management plan is included in the Ritzer turfing proposal. I see this matter from two perspectives: as a parent of a Columbia High School female athlete, and as a community member concerned about the stormwater implications to the adjacent neighborhoods. On the lack of equity between female and male athletes, I have witnessed this firsthand with my daughter, who played on the freshman girls soccer team this past fall. With respect to practices, the freshman girls had limited access to Ritzer and were bounced back and forth between Floods Hill and Underhill, 32-minute and 18-minute walks with heavy backpacks respectively. The freshman boys practiced at Ritzer regularly. Why is access to Ritzer currently not split 50-50 between the boys and girls? Yes, I want nice fields for my daughter to play on, with grass being preferable, but I understand that the turfing decision was made years ago, so I'm not here to debate that. Since the turf will be installed, it should be done responsibly. Increasing impervious surfaces without adequate stormwater management plans will result in flooding consequences to adjacent neighborhoods. I cannot support the installation of turf at Ritzer unless there is an adequate stormwater management plan. The estimate of the turfing project should include these stormwater management costs so that the adjacent neighborhoods are not negatively impacted with flooding. From a financial perspective, as you weigh this decision, please consider the following. Why are the stormwater management costs not itemized in detail for you to review, both from a financial perspective, but also to ensure they comply with all state regulations? Do the stormwater conduits in the adjacent neighborhoods have capacity to handle the increased stormwater flow from the impervious turf surfaces? Has the cost of inspecting and upgrading the stormwater infrastructure in the adjacent neighborhoods been included in the turf cost proposal? Please ensure that the turf project does not negatively impact the adjacent neighborhoods with flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually jotting down some questions that are repeat questions, but why don't we continue with WebEx, and then we'll hit the big buckets as need be.
Mr. Kevin Mangini, who is not a student.
It's good to be back. Good evening, board members and fellow residents. My name is Kevin Mangini, and I live on Hickson Place next to Richard Field with my wife, April McKenzie, and our 10-year-old sports-obsessed daughter. We're huge advocates for girls' sports and gender equity. However, I'm here to express concerns about the proposed artificial turf on Richard Field. We support the quality athletic fields and equitable use, but we have serious issues with and reservations about this project because of the financial and environmental implications. The installation and maintenance of artificial turf represents a significant long-term financial burden. The planning process for this project has lacked transparency and a community engagement, raising concerns about its environmental and financial viability. We advocate for a more sustainable, inclusive, and financially responsible approach to improving our town's fields. This one small patch of land is deemed so vital because it's trying to make up for years and acres of poor park maintenance. This is a Band-Aid. This is not the answer. Thank you for your consideration of our perspective on this important issue.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside?
Julia Sommer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm speaking, I wish I could be there in person, but I just want to underscore all the comments I've heard over the last hours in my request that you abandon this plan to put artificial turf on Ritzer. I think we can see, especially in the past week, that this administration has not shown that they know how to manage finances very carefully and prudently. And so if that is any guide, I think it's a good sign, it's an accurate sign that the artificial turf project would also not be managed responsibly from a financial point of view. And furthermore, the environmental issues have already been discussed, but as an environmental educator myself and a former teacher, and as a parent of a Columbia high school freshman and 2 younger children coming down the pike, I feel it is so sad to imagine that that field would have fencing and be inaccessible to students just for recreational use, and that it be limited to athletes only. And I feel that the environmental catastrophes awaiting us and the lawsuits that will follow from those make this a completely untenable plan. So I strongly urge you to abandon the idea until it is properly studied and the costs are properly itemized and have been vetted by others, including the DEP, which is actually my employer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Summer. Mr. Burnside?
Anne Marie Manny.
Community member Manny emailed to indicate she's no longer available to speak.
Ms. Maney did distribute to everybody, though, lengthy analysis, and we specifically asked the Board of Education to look at some of these questions which seem outside of somewhat of our understanding and purview, to evaluate any of the questions that were posed in there or assertions.
Eric Levin.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Hello, board. I can read my speech. My name is Eric Levin, and I am opposed to turfing.
Mr. Levin, could you speak louder into your microphone?
How's this?
Great.
All right. Will you reset my timer?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My name is Eric Levin, and I am opposed to turfing Ritzer Field, to which I live directly adjacent. I would like to submit several points of opposition to this proposal. Firstly, the cost, estimated at close to $5 million over roughly a decade, bonded out. How many badly needed repairs could be completed, or how many teachers could be hired with that money? Also, maybe double that hypothetical number, as it's very likely the final cost of this project will grow as such things inevitably do. Yet, even if the cost were to be far lower than what's already projected, it simply does not make sense to spend into the millions to replace a field with a field. Again, this is not a project to turn a vacant concrete lot into usable space. Secondly, as a town resident, one has to consider the overall appeal of this project. The two main points in support seem to be for field availability sooner after rain, and also an increase of general town allure, something about upping our soccer cred. That only applies to a small select group. Focusing on the case for a turf field having better availability, this position highlights that the benefit of a turf field over an existing grass one is really only felt on days following rain during soccer, lacrosse, softball season, for games slated to occur at Ritzer, and when the recent rain was heavy enough that the turf could have been playable while grass was not, assuming it hasn't also flooded. Those are pretty specific criteria. Exactly how many such days per year occur? Anecdotally, it happens all the time, but this past year, were there 14, were there 6? Since we're considering spending into the millions to address this scenario, it's worth doing some math to understand the cost per day. Is it $100,000 per wet sports season day? Can anyone provide evidence that it's more or less than this? For the record, I myself have a kid who plays soccer, but I recognize that this project would only target a small subset of this town. The most sports-centric population is the only group to receive any benefit, and again, only on specific days. That benefit should be weighed against what everyone else stands to lose. Every nearby neighbor who brings their kid to the field, blah, blah, blah. Sheena, you're doing a very good job, however this goes. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Burnside and BOE colleagues, it's now actually been 3 times that this has been referenced, so I would like to just answer this as soon as possible. We have heard from speakers both in person and on WebEx that this is going to only affect a very limited and small number of people. I know Deputy Mayor Kripe had inquired to the Board of Education to provide some feedback on how many students this will impact, how many individuals will be able to access the fields, things of that nature. I do have it, but I thought it would be best for you all to explain that to the community, is that we're not specifically talking about just the girls softball team, but the further review that you did. Would one of you like to address that?
Yes, our athletic director wanted me to make it very clear that every child that takes physical education at the high school will get the benefit of this field.
Okay, so there was a little bit more than that, Mr. Burnside. So there's all the students who take physical education. Earlier today, we heard that it was also expected to impact the marching band. It would be soccer, it would be field hockey, it would be softball, it would is there any additional ones that are missing from that? Because it's a vast array of athletics and sports, but then also the physical education component and the extended use that Ritzer would be available. And also, as stated earlier in the meeting, Project Adventure would also remain, is that is not being eliminated. Is there anything I missed from that?
I mean, I've got his email right here if you want me to just run through the stats. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's explore who would benefit from this field
So
directly.
we'll start with how many students are enrolled at CHS. On January 19th of this year, there are 1,928 students enrolled at CHS. All 1,928 students will have the opportunity to utilize the turf at Ritzer Field through their physical education classes, which at this time is limited. In addition, physical education will have additional months to use the turf facility, as it will not be covered by turf blankets from November to April. How many students are involved in sports and activities? We did this by season. For the fall, we had 499 students. For the winter, 512 students. And in the spring, 412 students. How many activities are offered at CHS? There are 25 athletic programs, 26 when you count marching band. Of the sports activities offered, how many of them use Ritzer Field? Currently 6 athletic programs. What seasons do the sports activities use Ritzer? In the fall season, the boys and girls soccer, the marching band, and cross country. In the winter season, currently none, but that's because of the turf blankets that are put down. And in the spring, it's boys and girls lacrosse. Now, our anticipated usage would be cheer practice, boys and girls soccer, marching band, cross country, and all fall sports when grass or underhill is not available due to weather issues or field conflicts. And in the winter, all sports for conditioning, weather permitting. And in the spring, we would have softball, lacrosse, and all spring sports for practices when grass is not available.
Great, thank you so much for clarifying that. Dr. Telesford?
I think we can also add ultimate to that. They would have access to this field also.
And Ultimate Frisbee. Board Member, First Vice President Vadlamani.
And also this document that was read out is available on the school board's website as an attachment. So
Okay.
anyone can go in there and take a look at that. There are a bunch more documents in there which actually reflect all the different things that we're talking about.
Great, thank you. So First Vice President Vadlamani directed everyone to go to the school district website, and I believe the attachments is a part of this agenda packet. Is that where the documents are found?
The school board's website, which is
The
basically.
school board's website, the
correct.
drop down from that, you will find the anticipated usability of the fields and also the cost estimate that was provided and provided to the Board of School Estimate from the district in advance of tonight's conversation.
And thank you for buying me the time to look that up real quick.
Oh, absolutely. Let's move on to our next WebEx speaker.
Devyani Guha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Debbie, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have concerns about the transparency of the bonding request in front of you today. I'm troubled by the lack of details and the increase in costs, and I'm not sure what is driving this. For Ritzer, we know it is doubling the scope of the project. What is it for SOMS? According to the BA's slide today, there is 2.03 million for Ritzer and 7.79 million for SOMS that are left over. Is the current ask in addition to the already appropriated funds? If not, what happened to the original funds that were bonded? Before you go ahead and vote on placing 3 acres of plastic on the one and only natural grass area available to our high school students, I urge you to consider a few things. Just 3 days ago, a small study found that PFAS from artificial turf lingers on players' bodies. We have all heard about the health effects of PFAS, including cancer clusters. Can we take this methods? Mere hand-waving around stormwater management can be disastrous for our communities. Climate change is real, and ever stronger storms have caused a lot of local traumas. The BOE engineer's stormwater calculations should be made public so that the best alternatives are used. Care should be taken so that existing stormwater infrastructure does not get additional load. I find it problematic that funding is being requested before the LOI process is done. It seems to be backwards as compared to usual processes of obtaining basic permissions before funding requests. I urge you to vote no on this request and ask the BOE to come back with detailed asks and plans and include neighbors in its plan development. In the meantime, our district administration should develop a field assignment plan that does not disadvantage girls. We should save the only natural space that our high schoolers have and make it a robust natural grass playing field that is a model for other towns. Let's pool resources with the towns to create a maintenance position for grass fields in our towns and school district. If there is need for more fields,
Thank you. Your time
we
is
should
up.
pursue contractual agreements with neighboring towns
Thank
for the
you.
Thank you, Ms. Guha. you for sharing that. All right, I'm going to mute myself then. That's very helpful. To the IT team, if somebody's just finishing a sentence, maybe we just let them finish that sentence a little bit before it's like, I urge you to, yeah, nobody likes that. So just a little flexibility to end that last sentence before we cut the mic. And thank you for that. Mr. Burnside, next speaker.
Peter Malika?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just wanted to weigh in and add my 2 cents and agree with a little bit what was said earlier by 2 of the speakers around. I want you to just refocus this conversation a little bit around what it's actually about, and that is a funding question. Our elected officials who are in charge of setting policy have already recommended that these plans go forward and get funded. So a lot of these comments that are coming up are very much after the fact. And so I would just urge you to approve the additional funding, listen to the professionals in the room, in that we will follow kind of the necessary steps to make this a as safe as possible project for the school, and give our students usable fields. We have no history across the entire town of being able to maintain the fields that we have to meet the usage required. This plan will allow us to do it in the most fiscally responsible way. I urge you to pursue it, approve the funding, and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Charlotte Klapesh?
That community member is not online.
Khadija Cosley White?
Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes. Hi, Dr. White. We can hear you.
Hi. Okay, please start my time now. My baby had surgery today, so that's why I'm not okay. I agree with Mr. Herman. I think you guys can all change your mind. Someone just said that you're not talking policy. This is not policy. We're talking about the fiduciary responsibility that you all have to protect all of the residents of these towns from the board acting irresponsibly and recklessly. And that is what's happening here. It's what happened when turf got thrown in the first place at the last minute. And we can't keep making these decisions costing millions and millions of dollars in perpetuity without being thoughtful and reflective on them. I have a bunch of questions. One is that cross country uses Ritzer. When I was a kid, cross country ran cross country. I'm a little confused by that. I'm also confused about what teams are using the other fields we have that we're spending millions of. Is it just football and baseball? And in that case, if there's only 2 or 3 teams using that, then it seems like we're not really using the resources we have. I'm wondering, when I'm listening to all of you talk, how much of this sounds like the West Orange meetings and what they look like, and the assurances given by architects to officials there before Seton Hall Prep's $7 million turf field caused a rock slide that displaced 45 families. And I am really just wondering how the architect can continue to say that grass is difficult and that a public school district can't spend the money needed to maintain it, and yet we can spend roughly $500,000 a year for turf. For plastic turf, it makes no sense. The replacement value makes no sense. The numbers you're given for $600,000 over 24 years when it costs $2.1 million to replace Underhill, it feels like y'all are just making up numbers to get this over the field, and that's not fair to us as residents, not fair to your colleagues as officials. Plastic turf fields are, in fact, deemed impermeable by environmental sciences. If the architect who is serving as an expert there does not understand how much more grass fields can absorb water than plastic turf, I think you guys have a real problem
Your time is up.
in that respect there.
Thank you, Dr. White. Next speaker, please. Oh, actually, there was a question about cross-country specifically would use Ritzer, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I guess when you think of cross-country, I guess you don't think of 3 acres running in a circle. Is that for practice? Like,
I can answer that. When I did cross-country, we would often use fields for conditioning practices.
Oh,
So
okay.
sometimes you do a long-distance run, but then there are other times when you're doing shorter distance conditioning practices.
that's good to know. All right, wonderful. Next speaker, please.
Heather Saslovsky.
Good evening. I have not written to any of you or spoken about any of this issue in the past. I really thought answers were coming. Even tonight, I didn't sign up until well into the meeting. And then we have experts and people from the district who are supposed to be representing a plan that they chose not to bring with them and are asking for you to approve financials, but they didn't bring a line item budget with them. It's very concerning. The entirety of this project, not just any portion of it, is very concerning because we've seen what happened with the first part. Some of the buildings that have been added onto already have leaks. There's total mismanagement here. You need to be asking questions and you need to be transparent with the public. What infill material has this quote unquote cooler temperature? Where is the civil engineer with the information that we keep being told we need? What length of warranty is there on this artificial turf? Is it vacated by eating on it as one of the students believes that they can eat lunch on it? What is the lawsuit that's being referred to? Because as a lawyer, I've never seen so much of a veil over what's a public document. If there's a lawsuit, tell us where it is. How does no one know how long the other artificial turf lasted? You're the people from the district. Like how long, when did we have to replace Underhill? How do you not have that answer tonight when this is what we're here for? What happened to the money we already spent? Who is overseeing that? How did you not know that Underhill cost a whole lot more than $600,000? Did you factor in inflation? It's true, we're not here about policy. We're here about money. You need to figure out where it's going before you can vote on this. And whomever chose not to schedule women and girls sports equally to male sports should be fired. That is disgusting. I have much more to say, but I know I'm out of time and I don't want to go over. I just think that this all really reeks of every other problem this Board of Ed has.
Thank you. So there was a lot in there, and I didn't want to skip over some very pointed questions. So can we just recap again? How was the money already spent? I think you provided a little bit of that explanation earlier on, but here you are now. We do know the scope change for Ritzer, which went from north of 2 million to now north of 4 million. And I think we can specifically see that it's doubling in scope, so that makes sense. We do know from our Board of Ed colleagues, the addition of the girls' locker room is a new expense under consideration. So once you remove those 2 bucket items, then you have, roughly 20 million plus with changes. Can you speak a little bit more to that? I realize the whole plan is in front of you. We have the construction cost in the document that was posted to the website and also distributed to the Board of School Estimate members. Can we just regroup on first an overview of those changes? Second, we've heard terms like financial mismanagement, et cetera here. I think this is also where Miss Tartaglia can talk about project management and the process of holding vendors accountable, et cetera. And then Mr. Burnside, if there's anything additional that you would like to add to some of these questions about overall, how is the information being shared? Where are these line item budgets? I want to address this because it's been repeated a couple times, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So, Mr. Downey, can I start with you to talk and just give another recap of the higher level overview of these changes outside of the new additions we're considering?
Certainly. Yeah, so when the original long-range facility plan program was started, when the original long-range facility plan program was put into action, there were a series of improvements across all the buildings that were spanning over a period of years. Certain projects were put up front, elementary schools were done first, then the other projects, Underhill, the high school, the middle schools. So the first couple of projects that were bid, we received bids that were on or under budget, but we then ran into issues related to the COVID fallout, the impact that that had on the construction markets, which was significant in terms of escalated prices, lead time issues with equipment, mechanical equipment, electrical equipment in particular are still problematic across the industry. So that led to higher bids that began escalating. So the reason we're talking specifically about the middle school here was that that was the last project in the chronology. So as the costs escalated, some of the projects were over budget, and that impacted the overall budget. Now, there were some references in the last couple of callers, I think, and there's a lot of numbers being thrown around, so it's perfectly understandable, obviously, but there are some numbers that I think are not apples and apples in terms of the comparison. So Underhill, for example, there was more involved in the work at Underhill than just the turf. So the cost there is broader than just the turf. Also, in the comparison, the use comparison that we had prepared, where we looked at a 24-year window comparing grass to turf, we did include a replacement of the turf at that midpoint in the cycle, roughly 12 years. That budget is different than the original first cost budget, which includes the entire system, including the understructure and so forth. That replacement would be strictly the turf layer. So again, not exactly the same comparison. So that's why those numbers are
Can you repeat that? You just said something new there that was interesting. So in the 24 years, you anticipated at 12 that the turf would be replaced, so that it would be apples to apples of a 24-year lifespan.
Correct. We were trying to give what we thought was a reasonable comparison, right? If we had just looked at the initial cost, we didn't feel that really gave us a balance in the comparison, because it is true that at roughly the 12-year point, typically you need to do a replacement of the turf surface.
Okay.
So that's why we chose a 24-year window, so that the cost numbers we used would encompass that 12-year change, which is an added cost related to the turf. But it's not a full system replacement. So the turf has a base, it has an understructure. Those systems will last 2 or more life cycles of the field. It's the field turf, the top layer itself, that sees the playing action, and that's the surface that wears out. So the replacement at roughly 12 years is not the full system, but just that top layer that has to be considered.
And so the other question too that got brought up, and I know this is in front of us, but it's worth repeating. What I heard earlier in the meeting is that about half the projects came in over budget, half the projects came in under budget. But because South Orange Middle School is later in the timeline, is that once all of those adjustments were made, the full amount needed to complete the middle school is short. Not because of scope creep and that, wow, it's way out of whack with every other project, but because that money is, I use the term fungible, you put the money in allocation towards the projects that are being done first, and then the projects that are being done last, such as the ones we're considering tonight, are the ones that have a shortfall and need the gap financing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Burnside, was there anything in particular about the financial comments that you wanted to add?
I'll wait until this last comment
Okay.
online, and then I'll make a statement.
Great, thank you. How many more, excuse me, do we have? We have 2 more? Okay. First Vice President Vadlamani.
So, I mean, we look at a lot of these numbers and it is confusing. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But the way I like to look at things is to look at comparables. You know, I mean, if you bought a Honda Civic and I bought a Honda Civic, the chances are we spent the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, we can have extra things in there. But so if you look at the actual amount expended for MMS, this is real numbers, is about $21 million. MMS and CHA, and SOMS are very similar in schools. They hold the same number of people, more or less, and the numbers are very similar. There's a reason why we don't have people talking in the middle of public speaks.
Yes. Please continue.
So they're very similar in schools, and they both hold about 1,500 kids, more or less, give or take. So if one costs 21 million, the other chances are very high that the other one is going to be 21 million too, give or take, 10% here or there. It's not like CHS. CHS is huge. So if you wanted to spend on CHS, it would be much more expensive. So that's kind of, I think, the way I would kind of compare against what is happening in SOMS without knowing the details of what's happening.
Thank you. That's helpful. Let's go back to I think we have one more virtual and one in person. 2 virtual, 1 in person.
Correct. Next up is Amelia Connolly.
Okay.
Community member Connolly, you're online.
Hi, my name is Amelia Connolly. I'm a 5th grader and I live in Maplewood. I want to apologize for missing the meeting earlier because I was at a soccer practice at a different turf field in Newark. Recently, my team has won a soccer trophy for the U12 girls, and we had to run a different field to win the trophy because we didn't have turf fields here. I do support this long-range faculty plan because it's not just for the future. It's not just for the teams now, it's for the future. I also want to thank the softball players that spoke earlier because they're speaking up for softball players like me in the future generations. So I have a question for Nancy Adams. Why do you think it's okay to have fields closed through November and March? And can you name me a field in New Jersey, a grass field that is open through November and March?
Ms. Connolly, we're going to just finish with your statement and then we'll answer questions at the end. Did she leave?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So when we get into discussion. All right, next public speaker.
Linda Beck.
Hi there. Can you all see me? Hear me?
We sure can.
In 1965, Ralph Nader wrote a book that was the catalyst for a number of changes in auto safety. While 65% of people originally polled believed that they shouldn't be forced to wear a seatbelt, perhaps they were persuaded when data gathered between 1975 to 2017 revealed that seatbelts had saved an estimated 374,000 lives. The Congresspeople who went against the grain and shuttled that legislation through planted themselves on the right side of history. In the 1920s, Cecil Drinker was sent to Orange, New Jersey to do a safety inspection of a factory that employed 300 young women. Drinker discovered that the factory was heavily dusted with radium-contaminated particulates and that the women were wearing no protection against the cancer-causing agent. The United States Radium Corporation, newly keen to the dangers to its workers, chose to bury Drinker's report and carry on with no changes to make it safer. Thankfully, the publicized mistreatment of the doomed radium girls led to a series of state and federal legislation to protect workers by some brave legislators, despite pressure from some loud voices in opposition. You've read in numerous letters from our SOMA residents and heard tonight and on other nights the scientific data clearly showing the detriment of microplastics and PFAS on our bodies, our waterways, our soil, and our air. Preventing this turf field installation means that you will land, like those advocating for seatbelts, on the side of public safety. There are loud voices here on both sides, but it's clear what the right choice is to keep this community safe and healthy. Your neighbors and the youth you're cheering on from the sidelines or coaching to success will thank you in the long run for putting their long-term health first. Vote no. Let's revisit this bond and this time leave the turf field out of it. Let's invest in a way for our kids to play on natural grass. Yes, the field was previously approved, but we know now more than we did then. Repairs on an archaic elevator were also approved in that proposal, and tonight we learned that perhaps that bit needs another look too. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me speak. And for all you.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. And then I believe now we're on to Mr. Humer.
David Humer, 26 Nelson Place. Thank you.
Is the mic on?
The mic's not on.
I think it's in the front. Yeah.
Can you reset the clock?
There you go.
Yep, we will.
Ready? Okay. David Humer, thank you for your diligence regarding our tax dollars in public facilities. I have two specific reasons for speaking tonight. First, you should vote no on what's in front of you tonight, not necessarily forever, but till you get better information. You've had shrinkflation. It's the only thing that explains the arithmetical impossibility of aspects of this work coming in over budget, and yet the total projects coming in under budget. It means things were left out. If you don't have a list of what was left out, your vote yes tonight means that you may not fulfill the priorities that were established by the long-range facility plan. In the absence of such a list, you should vote no. Once you get the list, you can vote yes or no. The second reason I'm speaking is to seize the opportunity presented by having all three government entities, South Orange, Maplewood, and the school board, together and discussing field space and recreational facilities. And I want to urge you to establish a joint task force or joint committee on shared recreational services, open space, and field maintenance. Speaking for the history of Maplewood, we haven't added recreational field space since Title IX. Do I need to repeat that? We haven't added recreational field space since Maplewood voters voted twice to tax themselves for an open space trust fund. We've collected millions of dollars in 7 years and spent zero on open space for recreation purposes. Okay? The Open Space Trust Fund is a stream of money that can service debt on land acquisition and environmental cleanup. You're going to have to use eminent domain. We're land poor. You're going to have to do environmental cleanup. Maplewood has done it successfully in the past. I'll be happy to tell you the history of the DPW site, which was purchased for $1. You have an opportunity working together to deal with this issue, which has been identified for a generation as lacking in our community, and to deal with it much more effectively than doing it by yourselves. Please consider that.
Thank you. All right, I believe we made our way through all the public comments. All right, so we're gonna close the public comment period, and now we are going to move into discussion. But I first turn it over to Mr. Burnside or any of the professionals on any feedback or answers that I might have missed that were brought up during the public comment period, and then we'll go from there.
I just want to address the accusations of financial mismanagement. I've heard that more than once tonight, not a lot, but enough that I feel we should make a statement. As the individual responsible for overseeing construction funds, I stand firmly behind the integrity and transparency of our financial management practices. Our commitment to accountability is evident through rigorous scrutiny of our financial processes by our community, auditors, architects, board members, county business administrator, and various oversight bodies. Our annual audits serve as a testament to our dedication to fiscal responsibility. These audits have always shown adherence to established protocols and regulations. Moreover, the thorough reviews conducted by audits ensure that allocated funds align with project requirements and accounting standards. Furthermore, the vigilant oversight provided by board members and the county business administrator offers an additional layer of assurance regarding the appropriate allocation and utilization of construction funds. Each transfer of funds undergoes meticulous scrutiny before approval, safeguarding against any potential discrepancies. I also want to emphasize that there has been categorically no misappropriation of funds under my supervision. Our committee meetings serve as transparent forums where questions are asked, concrete data is reviewed, and decisions are made collectively and in accordance with established protocols. The business office remains fully committed to upholding the trust placed in us by our community and stakeholders, and we will continue to prioritize transparency and accountability in all our endeavors.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside, for that statement. Is there anything additional from the professionals on the project?
Just, I guess, to add commentary related to Mr. Burnside's statement. Related to Mr. Burnside's statement, we haven't spoken about it tonight, but because the topic of how money has been spent has been on the table, it's worth probably mentioning that those projects that have been contracted and completed have been completed with very low percentages of change orders. Considering the age of the buildings, considering the size of the improvement program, and considering that even those change orders that did arise, roughly 90% of them were because walls were opened up and conditions were found that could not be observed in advance. So I think it just highlights that, you know, this has been a program that has been implemented carefully and successfully to date in terms of managing those costs.
Thank you. Anything, ma'am?
Thing I would add was in this, there's been some people suggesting that scope's been cut and things have been cut. From the day I've started on this and we put the very first projects out to bid, the projects have remained in place, and we've not cut anything out of any project until we got to the high school. The high school is the only project where we were so over budget, and in a collective group thinking, it was determined that the addition could go. But the entire remaining project of the high school stayed, with the exception of the stuff that's on the board for tonight, which is the guidance suite. And so anyway, as we keep going down the road, that's how we get to SOMS being short, because there's really nothing to cut, and we never even intended to try to cut it. We've built every project to date with its full scope that was in the original plan.
That's very helpful, and I think that was brought up by our last speaker, is that, so there was clearly a consensus on the Board of Education is that CHS needed a reduction in scope, but everything within the long-range facilities plan has been proceeding as adopted by the board in 2019, with the exception of the expansion of scope, obviously to the girls' locker room that's being proposed, and also the expansion of scope for Ritzer. But every other item has been completed and checked off.
And there was also a reference earlier to Underhill, and comparing Underhill's cost to the scope. Underhill, for those who don't know, I mean, it also got a press box, visitors bleachers, home bleachers. I mean, you know, it's more than just a turf field. I mean, it was the entire facility, you know.
Understood.
So.
Always sometimes tough to make that comparison.
Yep.
I know. We're all looking for that apples to apples, and then sometimes it doesn't even exist. Even with your Honda Accord, because I might have actually had a coupon. So, and then I turn it over to our Board of Education colleagues, is that I know both of you are on the finance, facilities, and technology community. Do you feel confident about the management of funds, the information that's shared with you from the district, your other professionals, your bond counsel, your auditors, et cetera? I know that a lot of those conversations, it's not fair to presume that they don't happen, but rather they happen within committees that are sometimes not like this meeting.
I would say yes. The discussions that we have and analyses that we have of the products are very detailed, and I don't think there's anything that's ever been mismanaged in terms of how it's presented and what we're doing with these projects.
Thank you. Mr. Vadlamani, anything to add?
I mean, just that, I mean, these are opaque numbers to understand. They're difficult to understand. We don't know what it means. And at least I'm not an accountant. I don't know some of the terms. But that's why I use some of the mental models to come up with things. And we've had many audits. Like, for example, last year we had multiple audits. We had a federal audit, we had CUSAC, we had so many other things. And in each one, it's come back saying that we're doing well. So to me, even though I'm not an expert, All the other experts are audit. I love audits because they tell me that either if something is wrong, we fix it, or there's nothing wrong. And we've not found anything wrong.
This is the first time you're sitting amongst other people who would say, we love audits. All right, so let us open up for board discussion. I don't have any particular order, but I just ask that you let somebody else speak before you speak twice. So I'm happy to open up. I'm certainly not going to put a time limitation on any of my colleagues. So whoever would like to go first, please feel free to take it away. Mayor Adams?
Yes, I was just typing up some notes because there's been a lot said tonight, obviously, since we've been here 4 hours. Yeah. As Mayor Collin mentioned, Deputy Mayor Kripe and I were personally addressed during at least one member of the public's comments. It's frustrating to me that not only are Ms. Kripe and I supposed to agree with this expenditure for artificial turf, but we're supposed to come up with a solution for longstanding inequities for female athletes in the schools. I don't think that's either one of our jobs. And no one in this, oh great, figures I'm getting a call. Sorry, my daughter. No one is opposed to equitable equitable fields, equitable field scheduling, but that is not in our purview. On the one hand, we're not policymakers, but on the other hand, we're expected to address that issue. But so that, I think that was a little bit unfair as a criticism. But as an elected official, I and every other elected official here are guided in part, of course, by our own life experiences. How could we not be? Elected officials' personal and professional experiences are often what makes them qualified to serve. My opinions on the issues before us are based on my experiences as a mother of athletes, a mother of non-athletes, as an athlete myself, facts of science, and opinions of residents on both sides of this issue. Added to this is the fact that Maplewood residents have twice voted by referendum against the installation of artificial turf. Twice. Two different populations, in fact. While the Board of Ed vote to move forward with the expansion of the first version of Ritzer is a policy, when policy requires additional funding, it's not simply a yes or no, but of course, opinions on the project, questions about the process, questions about the amount of money being requested. It's our fiscal responsibility, for those of us sitting up here right now, to evaluate all of it. And just because you disagree with me on an issue, or if I disagree with you, it shouldn't be taken personally, and personal attacks shouldn't be made on either side. It was implied that an email was sent and I didn't read it because I'd already made up my mind, as did the speaker. I looked at my email. It was sent at 2:34 this afternoon while I was at the courthouse serving jury duty, then driving home, making calls for both work and my responsibilities as mayor. I didn't look at my email before coming here to this meeting, and I'd appreciate some deference to the lives that we as elected officials also lead, besides spending hours and hours of our time trying to wrestle these important issues. So framing this, the other thing is framing this decision on equity is unfair and untrue. As I said before, I doubt that there is anyone in this body, especially in these towns, that is opposed to equity. And I have already publicly gone for equity in women. Women's History Month is just an example of something that was completely ignored on a public level by this community, and I would guess by the school system, because my kids didn't learn about women in history while they were going through the schools, not specifically and not during March. So there are equity issues aside from fields, but there are equity issues throughout, and all of us, I would bet, are in favor of them. Once pointed out, then we can do something about them. So to this body and to the administration, I'm very, very disappointed by the lack of information, and I have to agree with the caller, as one of the most recent callers was speaking, I was at the same time typing that we don't have an expert here on artificial turf fields or natural turf fields or any kind of fields or any kind of maintenance, and yet that is the biggest issue that is before us, at least from the public's point of view, and that's who what we're getting calls and emails about. But we have an architect who's self-described as not being an expert in it, and that's really what we needed here tonight, and that's frustrating. We need information on building and maintaining both. We don't have an environmental expert at all. So how, and as the caller said, how do we not have a line item budget for when a question is raised that we can answer it, or you can answer it on our behalf? There's no design for the drainage and detention system, nor a line item in presentation, but we're told that the whole cost of the analysis for both fields, in the analysis for both fields, the cost of the drainage was included, but other line items were called out. So that didn't make any sense to me. The NJDEP question is one that I also agree with one of the public members. That process has to take place, and we're being forced to vote on something that we may not even be able to build. And there's no answer to that, other than an engineer. When I'm married to an engineer, I wouldn't give him that responsibility to go out and say, oh yeah, we probably aren't in the wetlands. So I'm disappointed in that. So now we're going to be asked on something, to vote on something tonight that we have so many unanswered questions about, and accusations of misinformation when we need to have that information on both sides of this issue. The elevator question is a vitally important one, and it's rather disturbing that something so old that takes weeks to get parts for to fix has not already been included in this plan for replacement. And it overwhelms all the other issues we're even talking about as far as importance. So these are things that are, in Maplewood, when we have budget workshops, first of all, we have, as we all know, as many as necessary in public. We go line by line by line. We fight over, like, is that car really old enough to be replaced? Or, I mean, but I think we all feel that that's our responsibility fiscally, and it's our fiduciary responsibility to this community when bonding taxpayer money, to have every question ability to answer every single question that's asked at a meeting like this when we're about to vote on $30 million. So, yeah, I guess we're, the financing of $30 million and then expected to vote on it without accurate information for every line. And I am not, by the way, implying that there's any malfeasance, that there's any deliberate hiding of any information, Mr. Burnside. But the reason that you feel the need to say that, I feel like, is because there's not full information out there. And when there's not full information, that's when everybody starts talking on social media, and that's when everybody starts questioning, and that's when things become contentious. And that's when it becomes hard to answer questions, because there's a perceived lack of honesty, because there's information that's not available, even on a night like this when we spend 4 hours trying to figure out whether or not we should vote yes or no on this. The other part of it not being decoupled when the most contentious issue is going to make people like, who might not be in favor of the additional artificial turf to the existing artificial turf that was approved in 2019, not being called out. And that feels like a little bit of a hostage situation. Like, if I don't vote on this now, it's going to be spun in the public that I was against the girls' locker room, I'm against the improvements to all the other places in it, when that's not true. But that's what position it puts me in. So I personally don't even want to vote on this tonight until we have the answers to the questions that were called out, the little Post-it note that Mayor Collum mentioned on each one of those things. The sticky. So that's where I sit right now. I don't think we're ready to vote on it. I think it would be really unfair. In the meantime, while we're waiting to see if we fund this, go to NJDEP, start that process of the LOI. It's a 6 to 8 month process. So why not start it? $1,500. That's how much the fees are for a $30 million project. I mean, 4.8, $30 million bond.
There.
Yeah. So that's all I have to say. I'm sorry I went on so long, but it's a lot.
You're allowed to speak as long as you like, Mayor Adams. Next speaker.
Chairwoman. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
I'm not speaking. I'm sorry. I'm not. You mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting that we would get to the ninja moment.
There's a ninja moment.
And we are at the ninja moment. So perhaps it could be helpful to everyone here if we address the ninja possibilities here. And what I'm saying here, I'm being silly, but what I'm saying is, what are the action possibilities tonight? What can we do? What can we not do? What if we don't take action tonight? What does that mean? What is our timeline? And so on and so forth.
Okay, Mr. Acker, who is here as our Board of School Estimate
Wait,
Attorney.
Mayor Combs, I'm sorry. Ms. Kripe was called out a bunch in the public comments, and you gave Mayor Adams a chance. Is there a possibility that Ms. Kripe can talk?
Did you want the procedural question answered, or would you like to go first?
I would like to go first.
Yes, by all means.
My
Go-
apologies about that.
Go right ahead.
Her mic's not.
It's not. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's not.
No, you want to move over? and-
No, it just came on. I'm good.
Good.
All right. Mayor Adams actually shared pretty much all of my feelings about it, this entire issue in regards to the bond. But the first thing that comes to mind for me is the idea around financial responsibility to our community has to deal with tiers, the ideas of priorities. And we talked a lot about our girls being valued. We talked a lot about a need for the fields. We talked a lot about the ADA compliance on the elevator. What was the priority list? And how long have we known that these have been problems? Why all of a sudden is this bond referendum being framed very much, as Mayor Adams stated, as if we don't do this, then we're against the girls? It's offensive, it's insulting, and it's absolutely inaccurate. ADA compliance and Title IX have been enacted for decades. Whose job was it to keep an eye on this? Why weren't these items on the list? Why wasn't our athletic director held accountable for the fact that male sports were prioritized over female sports? For decades. This is not something that just happened. This has been going on for a very long time. But because we're not willing to sign off on things immediately, we're being framed as against the girls. And as a girl athlete, and as a mom of a girl athlete who went to CHS and was a cheerleader who could not practice on Underhill Field, because as cheerleaders, you have to get on the ground with short skirts and your bottom would catch on fire. We sat on towels and did the work. So do not tell me that even during the summer months, they can use the field. Not if they have to get on the ground on it. They can run on it, but they certainly cannot sit and stretch on it. It's a risk. You can be injured. And we did have girls injured. So the idea that these things were not put at the top of the list, mind-boggling. Second of all, we have an obligation to our community, not only of people who are parents with kids in the schools, but of seniors, of retirees, of people who are on limited access funds. And the idea that we're just expected to raise taxes to pay for it is irresponsible when the questions haven't been answered. And the idea that there's people who live in the neighborhood who were never even invited to the conversation about what's going to affect their neighborhood is offensive. Isn't Ritzer Field one of the retainers of water for the entire neighborhood over there? So if we're going to be putting this together and trying to feasibly put together a water structure plan that's not going to impact our current infrastructure, how does that math work out when the field is the current water structure? It's got to go through that field to get to the river. I don't understand why so many of these questions, and Field maintenance, come on. We have that problem even within our township. We're quite aware that our people are not trained well enough to do what job they need. They don't have the equipment that they need, but we're trying to get there. We don't have it right now. And just as if we were doing our own personal home budgets, we don't have it in our power to make that Disney trip or that new car happen. We cannot afford at this time, with all these unanswered questions and a responsibility fiscally to our people, to make this kind of expense a reality. So yes, there are some people who are like, oh, you've come in with your answer already. Yes, I do, because we have to be more responsible fiscally. And we're not with all these unanswered questions. And we also need to hold people accountable for the work that they're supposed to be doing. And if maintenance, if athletics, if whoever is not doing the job of making sure equity is a reality, it's not on us to fix it. It's on the administration. Don't blame me. Don't blame Nancy. Don't blame any no vote for this. We didn't do this. This was done by somebody else over a long time. Fix it. Get us the answers we asked for.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kripe. And I'm just going back to Mayor Daffis's, sorry, not Mayor Daffis. It's all these titles.
I know.
Committee Member
I was really
Daffis,
just be called Jermaine.
you know,
It's fine.
had asked, what are the options here? And so what I was saying to you, Mr. Acker, and you didn't even have to turn your mic on, is one thing you'll learn is like, in third grade, I read Robert's Rules of Order. It is my favorite book. I am a parliamentary
That's why she likes that
procedure
fifth grader.
ninja. So in the ninja moment, what I would suggest is there are unlimited possibilities for the Board of School Estimate. And depending on what I was hoping we could do is, after discussion, kind of get a consensus on what we'd like to do moving forward, and then we figure out the mechanism to best do that. Your options are always to take this, pass it. Your option is to take it, vote it down. Your option is to take it and table it and send it back. Your option is, while there is not a sever opportunity because there's not an NJDOE line item associated with Ritzer, is that we ask our Board of Education partners if we could take a temporary recess and draft a resolution that amends what was presented and send that back as amended from the Board of School Estimate back to the actual Board of Education for consideration. There's an option to postpone this, not table it, but postpone it to either a certain date or indefinitely. There's numerous potential. And as I communicated to the district, on numerous occasions, as much as I feel strongly about a certain way that I'm going to vote, I would never want for my colleagues one of those moments of like, you destroyed the district, you didn't support everything, all the construction projects are not going to happen because of you. That's just, this is not Congress. That's actually what happens in Congress. It's like, in order to get aid for Ukraine, you need to support the border wall. We're a small community here. If we need to figure out ways to make sure all members are heard and that the intent of the body is articulated without shaming anyone, that will always be my preference. For those of you not familiar how this Board of School Estimate will work, is that you do need a majority of the municipal members. So that means at least 4 have to support it in order to advance it. If there is a 3-3 split, it dies. You have to have a majority here. And while our Board of Ed liaisons are able to vote, it's kind of, they're here, they're supporting it. They were part of the 9 who unanimously supported it, but you need a majority of the municipal partners in order to advance this as proposed. So those are the different possibilities. So if we can finish up the discussion, we kind of see where the majority of the board would like to go. We could be as accommodating until Mr. Acker says, I'm going to out ninja you, and no, that's not a viable option.
So far, very well said again.
Oh, thank you so much. Did you like that postpone indefinitely one? Yeah, I like that one too. So why don't we continue with the discussion, and board members and alternates, of course. Obviously, everybody is able to speak and share any insights. Seriously?
Sure. I absolutely respect the history of this issue, and hearing so many residents express concern, those in the immediate area right by Ritzer, but also hearing our young student athletes. The fact that they refer to student athletes as student athletes means that you can't just separate those two things. So hearing about all the improvements in the schools and looking at all the schools that did get especially, thanks for the pictures, Mr. Burnside. It also makes me feel, as a former student athlete who was able to navigate being in a tough situation, and sports took me to a life of opportunity. It felt good from a leadership standpoint to hear those young student athletes speak tonight. The fact that one was a freshman was just amazing. And so while we can argue all day about anything as elected officials, I think as a community, we should all be celebrating that there were young student athletes that took time out of their day. They weren't on Twitter, they weren't on TikTok, they weren't on Instagram. They were here because it means that much to them. We should celebrate that. And what I know I came in feeling very strongly to vote one way. I was in South Florida with my son with a trainer and had to fly back here just for a few hours just to get on a flight back at 6:15 in the morning to go back, be back with my son. It was my 13-year-old son's by himself because I was that passionate about it. I think the passion is seeping through all of us. We're all passionate about being here, and it means a lot to us. Our community members are here. I came in feeling one way, but I felt like I wanted to be a part of the process and hear the pros and the cons. I wanted to hear more details. While there are a few things missing, I still feel strongly about how I would vote, and it would probably be in support. And I know that in this day and age might garner some boos and maybe some cheers, because that's how we do our politics. But the truth of the matter is I don't see it that binary. I see it as a really tough, complicated situation that has gone on for a long time. This long-term facility plan, from a policy standpoint, I'm here to vote on more the, like we said, whether or not the bonding issue is something that I feel comfortable moving forward with. And I do have some reservations. I do have some hesitations. I do have some questions that I want answered, but I also do have very strong feelings about those student athletes that are in here. From an equity standpoint, I grew up with 3 sisters. They were my first heroes when it came to sports. And so my sister just did the Selma ride 2 days ago, where she's on the bridge on a bicycle with her friends that are running. And so I think we're limited in how we're thinking about the sports. And we need to expand our view on it, because it doesn't just set up high school leaders. It, for me, allowed me to be a leader in other areas, allowed me to be an elected official, allowed me to lead my family, allows me now to coach. I heard one of the coaches speaking. I coach 3 sports, and Lord knows I don't have any free time, but I do it because I understand what being a student athlete can do for a person and the opportunities it can provide. Now, to be put in this position to say, if I don't support it, if I vote no, that doesn't mean I hate sports. That doesn't mean I don't believe in Title IX. I appreciate the challenge that puts us all in, but this is kind of where we are. I would love to hear where the procedural opportunities would be, where we can maybe work around it, but all we're going to do is be kicking the can down the road. Eventually, we have to decide on this, and it's going to be a tough decision. I do think that the questions when it comes to stormwater retention and detention, we need those answers. I do think that there's some specifics in terms of what we would ask an engineer that we want to make sure that those questions are asked. But at the same time, in this tough situation, being an elected official, we got to make tough decisions. And for me, I with all the reservations, I still would probably vote. I guess I don't know if we're straw polling it, but I'm in support of us finally getting through this, getting beyond talking about it and doing it. And I'm also in this community of, and I'll finish up by saying this, I'm in this community, I get to coach what is considered, we won a national championship in U11 football, we were in the national championship in U12 football. I am the head coach, so it's my obligation to say we will win the national championship at U13. All right. Our basketball team, AAU basketball team, is number 5 in the nation. I've coached several All-Americans in track, one that was celebrated here in our local paper, a 10-year-old. And why do I say that? I say that because I am in contact with some of the best young athletes in the entire state. And then locally, I see how a lot of those athletes are deciding to go other places. And I know that we want to pretend like, oh, well, it's no big deal. But at the heart of that is people are going other places for options and for communities and for schools that they feel, for whatever, right, wrong, or indifferent, they feel support sport a little more. They feel as though they're getting more support in other places. And we can pretend like that's not a big deal, but one of the most galvanizing moments for any community is to watch. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was a Maplewood middle school girls team. I didn't know any of those girls, but I heard about them being undefeated. I didn't know any of those girls. I don't live in Maplewood, I live in South Orange, but I heard about these girls being undefeated and how people are now coming to the games. And so I think there are a lot of things that we do very well as a community. I just want to make sure that supporting student athletes and understanding how student athletes can navigate a whole new world such that students will be here on a Monday night advocating for themselves, some on WebEx, a freshman showing up. There were 2 captains here. There's some pride that also is available in sports. And so I would be in support of it despite the challenges. I would love to make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's so I can get over those challenges. I'm also guilty of being a little biased because of the world that I live in, but also the world that was made available to me because someone gave me an opportunity and challenged me to be a student athlete. And so that's how I feel about it. So thanks everyone for coming and sharing your feelings on it.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. And I have to give a little bit of a plug because there's a little like starstruckness. But we did receive all the questions about turf, injuries, things of this nature. For the record, B. Brown, when he is not an honorable trustee, is also a former NFL player. So when people use statistics about what the NFL is or isn't doing, he was also a collegiate athlete for Notre Dame, is that we're lucky and fortunate to have somebody with that knowledge of what we hear from our community. I tried out for the NFL. I didn't quite make the team. So it is actually valuable to have somebody with that level of knowledge about maintenance, costs, players, what players like. And so thank you, Trustee Brown, for sharing and imparting some of that knowledge, at least in South Orange, as we've moved through this discussion.
Madam President, can I go next?
Absolutely,
Although
Trustee Hilton.
It's very difficult to go right after Trustee Brown. So this happens to me all the time, but it's also an honor to serve with you. But you know, it's always hard to follow that act. None of us ran for office to be popular. Right. At the end of the day, we take our jobs very seriously. We take the literature very seriously. We read every email that comes. And these issues are complicated, right? There isn't a one right answer for these things. They're hard decisions, but the Board of School Estimate, it's our job to look at the whole community, right? The policymakers, the experts in education, you guys have made your recommendation, and now it's our job to look at the money and say, is this being spent appropriately? Is this the best value to our community? My primary issue coming into tonight was Ritzer Field. But now that I've had the opportunity to listen, I am concerned with other aspects of the proposal. But overall, I have 3 areas of concern that run my life as a trustee, which are governance, good governance, transparency, as well as financial responsibility. And I really see little issues, some issues with in all three of those departments. So I also do want to do a shout out to the students, and I know that everybody is, but I just have to add my voice to that, and that they may disagree with my decision on the turf field, but I really do applaud their spunk, and I've had the opportunity to meet with a bunch of people, a bunch of them individually as well as in groups, and I just am so looking forward to the future, because these girls are articulate and they're passionate, and I hope that they will continue their endeavors and in their advocacy for the good work that they're going to do. And we're going to fix this equity issue in our district. But I'm really looking forward to the ninja moment and moving us forward tonight.
I'll have to figure that one out. Anything else, Trustee Hilton, on your side? Other members?
Sure, I will go now. So I think I'm the only one of the municipal folks besides our alternate, Ms. Greenberg, that has kids in our district right now. I have a daughter at Tuscan and 2 at MMS. And my concern about waiting to vote or tabling or any of that is my concern for the South Orange Middle School students. And I live in Maplewood, I don't even go there, but I mean, I know at MMS the ceiling is falling down, the school's falling apart. I was a parent went to all the workshops. That was probably the first way I got involved, was listening to our old acting superintendent, Mr. Fakar, talking about how one of the reasons our buildings got into the situation was because we moved maintenance money over to other areas of the operating budget. I heard that happen again last week. I'm very concerned. I feel like we're at a point where we need to put a shot of money into our facilities in order to get our buildings and our fields back up so that people can use it. Sports in our towns are unequitable. There's no middle school sports. There's no elementary school sports. There's rec programs. If you have money, you can play club team, because you can't actually play rec programs in our town. You have to go elsewhere. And in high school, there's so many incoming freshmen who don't even want to play because they've never had the opportunity to play before. And there's no field for them to play on now, whether it's at school or in our 2 towns. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that the turf blankets are on the fields from November till April, until that was brought up. So I don't know where the kids are going outside to get fresh air, to move their bodies. And even if they're not an athlete, I know the importance to mental health to be outside, for that teamwork, to move your body, to get exercise. It's so important. It just changes the way that your mind thinks, move a muscle, change a thought. And so I'm very nervous to hear the conversation that we might wait to pass this, and the middle school students may not get the improvements to their building, and the girls' locker rooms won't be better, and our fields are just gonna be down, and no one's gonna be able to play sports. So that would be my concern about waiting or tabling, because I don't know how much longer we all can wait. And when we talk about the votes that failed for turf at DeHart and Maplewood, there are a lot of people that knew that Ritzer was going to get turf when they voted for whether DeHart should get turfed. And when we talk about climate change and environmental concerns, all that is real, but this is one field and it's not going to fix our problems. We have a serious issue, an infrastructure issue that we need to think about. And if it's an issue with the school budget, that there's not enough funding, that there's not enough money for capital improvements, that there's not enough funding for infrastructure and maintenance, let us help you. Let us talk to our officials in the state, in the federal government, and figure out how to fix that, because it's an issue and it's an ongoing issue, and there's got to be other ways that we can help for the future, because we can't just put maintenance off. We can't not fix our buildings. We can't let our kids sit in classrooms where there's rain falling through the ceiling. So we have to figure out a way to move forward. Thank you.
Got elected officials bringing the fire tonight. Any alternates, you're certainly welcome to add anything.
We appreciate that. And if it's okay, yes, I will go next. Okay, so I have a few things to share. I'll start at the outset with my conclusion. as a good lawyer trained in law school, you start with your conclusion and then you work backwards explaining how you arrived at your conclusion, then you restate your conclusion. So if I were able to vote tonight, I would vote in favor of moving forward. I'm not pleased that the resolution is presented the way that it is. And like others, I have concerns that we talked about. But let me explain why I would vote in favor. First of all, I want to give kudos to our chairwoman tonight. I thought that you ran a great meeting. Thank you for that. Tensions were high, and there was a lot to be said and a lot of people to get through, and you led us efficiently and with big heart, and you were very inclusive and professional the whole time, and we expected nothing less, and you delivered, and thank you. I also want to thank everyone who spoke tonight, including our students and their parents and all of the advocates on both sides of this issue. I have friends on both sides of this issue. I do. And you're all amazing and eloquent, and we thank you for your emails too, and all of the stuff that we get all the time, not just during public comment for 4 hours tonight. But when I take the 30,000 feet above the ground perspective as a public servant, for me personally, my job is, no matter my personal opinion, no matter my ideology or values, my job is to serve the entire public. As a Maplewood Township Committee member, I don't belong to a district, I serve at large. As a member of this body, I don't belong to a district or a constituency, I serve both towns. SOMA or MAPSO, whatever your preference is, right? So for me, you've got to take this very complicated issue and the pros and cons and the good points that were made on either side, yay or nay, and you have to balance. You have to find balance. That is what's missing in governance right now, to talk about governance. Locally, across the country, and in our federal representatives. Not all of them, we have a great one. That is what's missing. We've become polarized. We are in incredible, we're in the space of gotcha moments. We want to demonize, we want to personalize, but we're not really finding a way to serve our communities. And the way to do that is to find balance and to see where you can be as practical as you can be. For me, reliable, accessible, and equitable access to both organized sports and general physical activity is not, as someone quoted tonight, frivolous. It is a health and wellness issue. And to vote in support of an artificial turf field for purposes of equitable, reliable access to organized sports and physical activity is not, as someone said here tonight, is not insensitive to energy and climate resiliency. We can do both. We can have both, and we do. In Maplewood and in South Orange, we are incredible champions of energy and climate resiliency. We've received numerous honors across the state. We have led the state, in Maplewood in particular, on so many green initiatives and policies related to climate resiliency and stormwater management, such so that there are state bills and legislation which mirror what we started here in small little 26,000 proud residents of little Maplewood, New Jersey. So we can, and we do, and we will. But to have an artificial turf so that we can provide the what's been missing in terms of reliable, accessible, and equitable access to organized sports and physical activity is not to say that we're no longer caring about the planet or about our climate, okay? It is an important health and wellness issue. It need not be one or the other. Again, balance. And in terms of practicality, it is not practical to just do nothing or say that suddenly, even though we've tried this, especially in recent years where we have invested with our operating budget and our capital budget in Maplewood on organic field maintenance of organic fields. And we have gone to the consultants, and we have spent money on experts and organic materials, and we failed. Because while that may work for a park, it ain't gonna work for a field that gets the use that was quoted tonight. So the two, that's just not practical to believe that, okay, well, if we just don't move forward on this, if we look the other way, suddenly we're gonna have the funds and the expertise. And even if we had the funds and expertise, we're going to be able to have those beautiful natural soccer fancy fields that you see in Europe or in other places. Because even there, when there are championships and high volume and use, you see what? You see the field tearing apart and breaking and compromising the health and safety of the players. You see it, I mean, I'm a big tennis fan. I never played football or softball or soccer, and that doesn't surprise anybody here, I'm sure. But I did play tennis. That was the one thing that I could do, even though people told me that someone like me could never play sports, and I was damn good at it, despite some injuries that I had. But even when you look at Wimbledon, you see what those center courts look like at the end of their use, right? It's not practical. We have to stop lying to our students and to our community. So, it isn't frivolous, and it isn't insensitive. And whatever worked for us as parents and for our children may not work for today's parents and today's children. My parents used to tell me when I complained about not having the shoes that I thought that I needed, that they walked through mountains barefoot to get to school. So I didn't need those shoes. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. Because my kids did it, your kids should be okay. That's not public service, and that isn't leadership. We promised the students, and we voted on it collectively, and it was adopted back in 2019, that when we were going to bond $160 million, it was going to include Ritzer. It was. We promised our students that. We promised them that. And in light of everything else that our students are dealing with right now, and none of us are unaware of the context in which we are operating this evening and the terrible timing of this decision tonight in light of all the other things that are happening in this district right now. We're going to also tell the kids that they don't have reliable organized sports and physical activity on top of everything else? Who are we serving then? What are we doing, ourselves? And so we can go to our little advocates and say, I did it for you, or you can go home and feel better about yourself. No, you have to serve the community at large, and that includes our students. Someone said it's a minority. Are you kidding me? Sports is a minority? Our student athletes are minorities? No, they're not. That affects the entire community. And something that wasn't addressed tonight is the following. I'm really concerned that if we don't do this, finally, and we kick it down the road, or we don't take action, and we keep muddling over, the finances, and yes, we need more information about finances, there's no question about that. And yes, it would have been nice tonight if you guys came with the plans, in light of knowing that we were going to have this, right? But no, we don't have the technical answers, and we don't have the stormwater mitigation plan, because we can't get there until we vote for this thing. okay? And yes, the DEP process should have started. And yes, we should have some idea of what the LOI is going to say. But we can get to those things. It doesn't mean that they're not going to happen. We clarified a lot tonight on the record. We dispelled a lot of myths and gossip and a lot of things that are being part of the public narrative on this issue. So this meeting has been very positive and great in that regard. Hopefully the record has been forever corrected on some of these issues, and there are questions that remain. But for me, I'm concerned of the effect of a no vote on our existing green spaces, our parks, and our other fields. Unless we go out and start eminent domaining, we ain't gonna have anything more than what we have, right? Good luck eminent domaining. I wonder how many hours that's gonna take on private property and private land. I'm concerned of the effects on our existing green spaces when we already know that the capacity and the field use is such that we cannot withhold and sustain that. And I'm also concerned, again, big picture, take it all into consideration, listen to all the things, and look at the big picture. I'm also concerned about our two towns not being places for opportunity. Trustee B. Brown. I like B. Brown. I'm going to start using that. All right? I'm concerned that in Maplewood and South Orange, you don't have college scholarship athletic opportunity like you do in the other towns. That's the equity issue. Yes, maybe it's disguised as boys versus girls because of the Title IX litigation, but the bigger picture is bigger than that. And the impact is even more of concern. The fact that our two towns are not places for scholarship opportunity in athletics because we don't have damn fields for our students to play on. That is a big concern. As a public servant of this town, I don't want people to say that about us, right? That is the equity issue. The issue that there are parents here, sure, with means who can go to Livingston and who can go to all the other cool artificial turf fields and get their thing for their kid. But what about the other parents who cannot do that for their kids? They're stuck with DeHart, which, oh, by the way, if you haven't been paying attention, even when we spent money on organic maintenance, and even when we consulted, after consulting experts and consultants, we have now reverted on existing policy to continue with inorganic maintenance because organic maintenance did not work, even when we expended the effort and the resources, financial and other, toward that. And now we're even exploring maybe having to dig it up and start over, right? So this is not going to go away, folks, this issue. It's not going to go away. There aren't other field opportunities for our athletes and all of our students for their physical health and wellness outside of this opportunity. This is a one and done opportunity. It really, really is. And it's very, very serious. And again, I respect the concerns. We need more information. There's no question about that. But we have to take a stand. And I'm taking a stand in favor. And nothing that I've heard tonight has changed my mind. It has at times affected my confidence, and it certainly has, listening to people here and here, it has compromised their confidence and their faith in us because we need additional information. But we should get the additional information, including that from the regulatory relevant body here, and move forward, not stop or go backward. This is a decades-old issue that has not been resolved, and while we do address climate resiliency and all the other concerns, we have yet to address and solve this issue for our students. Let's do it now. Let the kids play.
Thank you, Committeeman Daffis.
All right, Trustee Greenberg, is there anything additional you would like to add?
Well, first of all, to go after you, I kind of want to say what he said, because you really, part of what makes our community so unique is the pride that we have. And it's been such a difficult time, and these kids have gone through so much, and I am the mom of 5 in our district. All of them have played sports and it's a part of their fabric, and it's been difficult, and they've been embarrassed, and there's so much here. Some things just shouldn't be overcomplicated, but it is. And I'm an alternate. I'm not someone who's going to be voting tonight, but I do want to say that if I was to be voting on all the pieces, I mean, everything you said, and so I'm not going to waste time. It's late. We've been here a long time. We've all said a lot of similar things, and so I'm not going to take the light. I'm really going to say, without reiterating, that if I was to be able to vote, and I've had my doubts, and we need more information. Everything you just said, I can't, it's silly to continue. You heard what he said it so eloquently, and you took the words out of my mouth. So, I mean, truly, no, thank you. I didn't bring a pen, so I wasn't writing down, but these are my thoughts, exactly. So, short and sweet.
It is always difficult to follow Committeeman Daffis. I understand that completely. Thank you all for coming out tonight, and especially for this robust dialogue. I think this is the first time there has been such a public meeting regarding the long-range facilities plan since it was originally adopted. And perhaps this is a sticky for the Board of Education to think about maybe some certain midpoints where there is a little bit more robust conversation and updates on the long-range facilities plan, also acknowledging that you have a lot of work going on as well. So I was on the Board of School Estimate in 2019 when we passed the original long-range facilities plan, and I supported the addition of turf then, and I support it today. In 2019, it passed unanimously by the Board of Education. It was passed unanimously by the Board of School Estimate. And today, it's also a little difficult because this ultimate vote and this outcome really isn't indicative of the majority of all of our governing bodies, and that's just the construct of what the Board of School Estimate is. You have the overwhelming majority, actually unanimous on the Board of Education, and you also have the majority of elected officials in both South Orange and Maplewood who support moving forward with this bond, including the turf. So I say that because there is more support than it's not, but it's very likely tonight from what you've heard is that it is not going to advance in the form in which it was presented. I particularly put a lot of weight on colleagues from the Board of Education who have taken a lot of time, specifically Board President Tellis Ford and First Vice President Arun Vadlamani, for talking us through a lot of details if we took the opportunity to reach out to them and understand what was happening in the FFT committee, some of the financial discussions they were happening, and also sharing their perspective. And I took them up on that, and so I feel very informed on a lot of these items due to their leadership on the board and communicating those things back to me. When it relates to the Title IX issue, and I'll be very careful here, because we heard some things like, well, why don't we just put the girls over on Underhill, have the Underhill move over to Ritzer or perhaps our community fields, is that there's logistical issues with that. And I would never suggest any incompetence from any members of the administration. It's a struggle. It's not just unique to the district. The municipalities have this struggle as well. And so something Board Member Vadlamani had shared is that Underhill, as it's currently designed right now, the spacing that's needed is different for boys and girl athletes. Additionally, when you come to play sports and athletics, you'll have a varsity team and a JV team play in the same fields, in the same area, because you have the buses come in, all that going on, very exciting. And right now, the girls, which I'll speak about a little bit later, are playing in South Orange. And our fields aren't that great, but they are better than Maplewoods. So, so there is a rationale and logic that I think the athletic director probably knows very well and has taken into consideration about exactly the timing of it. I think about it a little bit like rush hour traffic as a comparison, is that we know during 2 times of the day is when it's going to be the worst in our communities, because that's rush hour. For youth sports, for recreation, for even active recreation for adults, et cetera, that all happens after school hours. It happens after work hours on the weekdays, and on the weekends, everybody wants to use all of our fields. This has a direct impact to South Orange also. Being the mayor, village president, Sheena, whatever you want to call me, is that not only does this impact what is an athletic field for the schools, but in the absence of them continuing down this path, means that our recreational facilities are being used heavily by these student athletes, which then have a negative impact on students who are not involved with the school's organized sports and are parts of our recreation and cultural affairs programming. We also have active older adults who wish to utilize our fields, but because we are good partners to the district, we're always going to prioritize their use for their athletics first and foremost. There is also a revenue generating aspect to this, and of course, both myself and Trustee Brown know this working directly with our recreation director, is that we're not able to generate the fees associated with these club sports as a result of all of our fields being utilized by the district. And so I don't want to say that it's a win-win, because obviously some people are vehemently opposed to it, but we also have a usage issue in South Orange. And since I was on the Board of School Estimate in 2019 when we passed this, a lot of the times that residents and students and active adults have reached out and said, Sheena, turf South Orange somewhere. I've reminded them that in 2019, we passed the long-range facilities plan and that Ritzer would be turfed, which is going to lift some of the pressure from our municipal fields and our programs there. So it's been a little bit difficult for me personally, is that I realize this discussion is not stopping. It's going to move to South Orange. There is going to be another conversation about turf, and my challenge is going to be identifying the space for it, how we do it, et cetera, and I'd prefer not to. I know a lot of folks see the space at Ritzer as open space. I see it as an athletic field. I see this as an extension of the Board of Education's campus of Columbia High School. To me, it is not a public park. We have our public parks. This is an athletic field. I think it's important that you proceed forward with this long-range facilities plan, inclusive of all these items, but I do question and strongly urge that the Board of Education work with our community partners and specifically residents. The residents of Hickson have reached out so many times. They have come to meetings in South Orange, they have come to meetings in Maplewood, they have attempted to speak at Board of Education meetings, and every step of the way, it has absolutely broke my heart to watch them beg for answers, when I think a lot of this could have been handled if somebody would have met with these community members early on, rather than them going on the offensive and the district having to be on the defensive. I think it was articulated to you that as a statutory process, we do have opportunities on the municipal side for major construction, whether it's through our planning board or zoning board of adjustment. Heck, we have an environmental commission, we have a historic preservation commission, and then all of our meetings are public. That's a little bit different from the Board of Education, but when you saw the heightened level of interest on this specific topic, all it would have taken was a level of outreach, community meeting, understanding some of those suggestions or concerns, and incorporating it into a bid package. So we wouldn't be so far away here. We might have been a little bit closer. So on this issue, whether it moves forward or not, I hope it moves forward. Please be kind to our shared stakeholders. They are all taxpayers. They spend a lot for the district. They spend a lot for the towns. And activism is kind of what South Orange and Maplewood are about. The amount of money that we're talking about right now is 2% of the overall construction cost. So here we are getting ready for a long-range facilities plan where we bonded $157 million, and now we're about to do another $30 million. So let's just put this in context. I know that we've spent a lot of time talking about Ritzer, but 4 million divided by 190 million, round figures, it's kind of a small figure that we've spent a substantial time. I think the school district has also acknowledged, and we talked about it numerous times tonight, is that if this moves forward, it will absolutely follow, and we will hold you accountable, the DEP guidelines. I think there should be a full acknowledgement that there was oversight on that it was the community who brought it to our attention, and that it's a very specified process that's in place, and that the board, district, and professionals have agreed to comply with that. So there might very well be, if it moves forward, a time where DEP says, no, we disagree with you. I personally don't anticipate that because it has been used as a field for so long. So I'm pretty sure the wetlands delineator had made it pretty clear, but there's still a process. No matter what I believe, he believes, you believe, everybody believes, is that you do need that LOI. So I feel comfortable about that. And then last but not least, I just wanted to say, and I want to put on the record, is that this elevator is also just absolutely breaking my heart. I heard Ms. Rabb speak about this at a prior Board of Education meeting. I know that you're trying, and getting parts is difficult, and I'm sure there's a lot of reasons why it hasn't been expedited. But if we're just putting a Band-Aid on something so significant, I would rather fund it. I would rather, personally, I'd rather just fund it, make sure it's there, do your Band-Aid fixes, and then prioritize this in Columbia High School as soon as possible. It looks like the elevator, and I was on the board, I take full responsibility. In 2019, the rough estimate was $1,187,500 for that elevator. With inflation, escalation, et cetera, maybe that number is closer to 1.5 million, give or take. But if there are any revisions, if there's future discussion on it, as a Board of School estimate member, I would love for us to prioritize the functionality of an elevator in our, esteemed Columbia High School. And I know that there's other schools that also need to be evaluated, but I would be comfortable increasing the bond amount to include that in whatever we send back to the Board of Education, because it shouldn't have been a level 3 priority. And I think hearing this issue and understanding its impacts on our vulnerable students, we can't pretend, we can't unhear what we heard. So I would rather move it into a top bucket of safety and security for all abilities in the high school. And that's all I have.
Mayor, I just have a correction from what you said. You said that we're talking about 2% of the budget.
Yep.
And it's more like 19%, 20%. 30 million is not 2% of 157 million.
No, for Ritzer.
Oh, just for Ritzer.
Ritzer's cost as a percentage of the total amount.
Got it.
with
I
the
misunderstood
157.
what you said.
No problem. I was like, math is my jam.
I know.
So.
That's why I was so surprised.
So, I think I've heard everybody. Let me first ask Trustee Hilton, Mayor Adams, and Deputy Mayor Kripe, is there anything that has changed your mind, or you guys firm no's after hearing the discussion?
I'm a firm no.
Okay.
Same.
Likewise.
Okay. So the resolution as proposed is not going to be accepted tonight. There has been some side conversations, obviously, about being able to make amendments to this in real time, propose a new resolution, and be able to get that back to the Board of Education as an amended resolution for their next Board of Education meeting so that we do not delay on the other items. And so that would be my preference now. I know that there was some desire from members to want to table things, get it back, get some more information. So I open it up. Is our priority to adopt all the items that we have consensus on and get that back to the Board of Education? Or would you rather stop action and bring it back by tabling?
Madam President, just,
Yes.
I don't know if you mentioned this, and you may not have, if it's tabled, the resolution needs to be voted on between 15 and 30 days after the resolution was, the vote needs to be 15 and 30 days after the resolution was passed. So there is a window, otherwise the process starts anew.
Yes,
Okay.
understood. And we actually learned that from the last time as the Board of Education adopted it, and there was a 30-day window to act. So even if we bring it back, either we force the Board of Education to vote again, and that's probably going to be the impact of tabling it, postponing it, any of those items. If I'm hearing correctly, the majority of the board would like to proceed with approving all the items unrelated to Ritzer and getting that back into the Board of Education's hands to begin the bond work for all the items that were less controversial. I'm starting down the line. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Can we also start the LOI process?
Yeah.
That way
Well-
that can just be going on?
Well,
Because that's
if-
going to need to be done regardless of whether it's natural or artificial turf.
I don't think you need an LOI if it's natural.
But we still have that drainage issue. We still have the stormwater management.
I'll get clarification on that in just 1 second, so let me sticky that and come back to that. Move forward and approve the other items, or did you
I
need more
probably
information?
could, but I wasn't making up what I said. I really believe that we have very sparse information when I'm used to 8 years of line by line figuring it out. So if that means, I'll go with the majority, though.
Okay, and you also have the ability to abstain if you wanted to, if you felt like you didn't have enough information.
Okay.
Trustee Hilton, are you comfortable with that action?
So honestly, I'm not.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be difficult, but I know it's late and we all want to go home, but I'm not quite clear on what you're asking.
Oh.
Sheena, so
Is
you want us
to move forward if.
with everything else?
Everything
other
but
than-
Ritz, everything but Ritzer.
And are we going to get additional information? Like, is
No,
this just
it's
based on?
going, it's going back to the Board of Ed. It'll be everything but Ritzer, and then
Right.
it goes back to the Board of Ed. Our
But-
job will then be done.
But
Can I
when
ask
do
a
we-
clarifying question?
When do we get answers to the questions that we've had throughout the night? So I feel like based on the information that we have right now,
Mhm.
that I don't have enough information that I'm comfortable going forward with the whole thing. Although I will say, I appreciate the need for it all, but I think that these guys need to do a little bit more homework on getting us more information. So if we vote it down tonight.
Yeah.
And then we send it back to you guys, and then they send it back to us, but hopefully with more robust information, then I'm comfortable. I am comfortable with it. I appreciate the need for all these other items.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Isn't so that we're talking about just really the Psalms money, right? And
Columbia High School.
Right, but all that stuff was in the original long-range facilities plan. It's just the cost has changed, right? Because they were
Yes.
moved down the list and the costs have gone up. So I feel like I went back and looked at the 2019 presentation. I feel like all that information was there. So I agree we need more information about stormwater management, but if we're talking about revising the resolution to just approve the funding, that the plan was already there, we just need more money. That's where I'm just curious about what information we want to get back.
I agree. Can you specify what more information you're looking for? I mean, we made a lot of suggestions, but if there's something specific that you feel we need to get it back here before it goes back to the Board of Education would be helpful.
No, I'm so sorry, Sheena. I just don't understand the procedural, what you're asking for. So if we
We would approve
send it-
everything but Ritzer.
But I thought that we weren't allowed to do that, that
So,
we, that.
so
that-
first you have to vote on the resolution as
Yes.
presented.
Okay.
Step one.
I'm straw polling everybody to see what your
Right.
will is, so that we're going to vote on this, and then we'll try and construct something different.
Thereafter, there can be a vote put with an amendment striking the undesirable language,
Yeah.
or the undesirable item.
Yep,
But that will be symbolic until that's sent back to the board and they act upon it.
got it. Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Acker, thank you very much. That was very helpful.
You're welcome.
Trustee Brown, are you comfortable with that?
I am.
Okay, so the first item here is,
Wait, I'm sorry, Mayor Calm,
Yes.
I have a question, because this resolution that we got today, I know there's been a couple different drafts of it, but this one has it listed as South Orange Middle School and Columbia High School.
Yes.
So my understanding is that the Ritzer is put together with Columbia High School.
so we're
if
going to
we-
do that in real time. We're going to
Okay.
address it in real time.
So the way it would work is, first we have to vote on the resolution at hand. So the resolution that you have in front of us. And clearly that, based on feedback, that's not going to pass. Then what we would do is to give you a modified resolution with all the other, with the offending part left out. And then we vote on it again. And hopefully, from what I understand, that should pass. And that would be
Understood.
and that is a clean way to do it. And then what would happen is, because the Board of Education voted on the original resolution, the modified resolution will go back to the Board of Education, and we would vote on it on Thursday. We are having a meeting on Thursday. I've talked to everyone on the board, or well, almost everyone on the board, and that will pass.
So then we have parity. Whatever we pass here has to be consistent with what they pass there. They pass something there. We're not accepting it. So in order for us not to go all the way back to the Board of Ed, then have another transfer here and have a whole new meeting and do this all over again, is we'd rather adjust it now and then move it over.
And one more thing is that we also spoke with the bond counsel,
Yep.
who's the final person we need to please. If the bond counsel is happy, I mean, they'll go raise money. So, and they're okay with this process.
Okay, so the first motion that we need, follow me procedurally. We're getting ready to, unfortunately, vote down this, and then we're going to need a brief recess to create a new one, and then we'll reconvene, and then that will be the night, okay? So I'd actually like to make the motion that we approve Resolution 2024-1. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
May I have a roll call approving Resolution 2024-1?
Mayor Sheena Collin,
Yes.
Trustee Bobby Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Karen Hilton,
No,
Mayor Nancy Adams,
No.
Deputy Mayor Jermaine Craig,
No.
Committee Member Deborah Engel,
Yes.
Board President Cowie Telesford,
Yes.
First Vice President Arun Vadlamani.
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Thank you. And just as a reminder for anybody just tuning in, is that you needed a majority members of the municipal partners in order to pass the resolution, and it was a 3-3 vote amongst the municipal members, and therefore the motion does not carry and it fails. I'd like to entertain a motion to recess for 5 to 10 minutes until a new draft resolution is available for consideration. May I have a motion?
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Trustee Hilton, seconded by
Second.
Committeewoman Engel. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, or as quickly as we can get a new draft.
in my yard, drink beer, and listen to the band.
All right, everybody, if you could please have your seats. We're ready to proceed forward. I need a motion and a second, and then we'll move into discussion. We have Resolution 2024-2, a resolution of the South Orange Maplewood Board of School Estimate in the County of Essex, New Jersey, fixing the additional amount necessary for proposed capital projects. Rather than read this entire thing, I'm going to skip to the most substantive point, which is originally in Schedule A, were all the improvements totaling $29,992,765. The new Schedule B has South Orange Middle School, the air conditioning and renovations, for a total amount of $21,001,365. The Columbia High School renovations totaling $1,613,535, and Columbia High School, the girls' locker room, which is $2,560,360. This does not have any additional money for Ritzer Field, so it brings the total to $25,175,260. So you will see the differential of what was being proposed originally tonight with Resolution 1 and Resolution 2 now having a Schedule B that we are sending back to the Board of Education. Does everybody have understanding on that? All right, may I have a motion, please? We have a motion from Deputy Mayor Kripe for Schedule B. Yes?
I'll second.
And we have a second from Trustee Hilton. Discussion, is there any discussion on this? There was one item that Deputy Mayor Kripe brought up about the letter of interpretation and the DEP process. And so I just wanted to make sure her question got answered. Is there still a need for the DEP LOI unless there is anything related to turf that's being pursued?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Being very honest with you, I'm not sure, but I will check with the engineer and confirm.
Okay. So, Ms. Kripe, it looks like we'll just have to get back to you and see if it's necessary, but I think it's fair to assume that with any work that's going to be happening, you will follow the NJDEP guidelines, and if that requires a letter of interpretation or any engagement, et cetera, that the district will follow that protocol. If it's not required for maintaining as is, et cetera, then it won't be necessary. Is that a fair assumption? Okay. Any other discussion, questions, et cetera? There was... I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Is the plan for the Board of Ed members to move forward on the Board of Ed with trying to determine what to do with Ritzer? I assume it's not going to just be nothing. Do you know?
I mean, we have no open plans right now. It is a one and done, and that's why you got one resolution. So we'll have to go back and deliberate and come back with a solution, because we need to, at the end of it, Ritzer is going to be ripped up by the time construction is done. We'll have to rebuild it regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
So at some point, we'll have to come back to the same body and ask for money. So, we could do it. I don't know. I mean, that's up to the entire board.
Yeah, I would just, never mind. You heard everybody. I don't need to reiterate.
And the last thing, not to delay even further, because I know we're getting towards 11 o'clock. I realize you have to come back for Ritzer. I just wanted to check with my colleagues. Is there any consensus or thought of prioritizing the elevator aspect into any next request that comes to the Board of School Estimate when they come back for Ritzer?
Yes.
Yes, but I have a process question, because I thought that the long-range facility plans or plans have to be approved by the state. So I don't know timeline if that would work for them.
Mr. Burnside, is there anything in particular, if the Board of School Estimate indicates to the Board of Education we would like to elevate the cost associated with a new elevator, that there could be a process in place, or perhaps speak to that a little bit more?
So the first thing is that we'll work with our architect to get some specifications together and find out what a projected budget might look like for the renovation of the elevator or elevators.
Yeah.
And once we do that, then we can come back and we'll have a dollar amount to request.
Great. That makes sense to me. And I'm sure our colleagues on the Board of Education within the FFT committee, can you also just share the sentiment that we expressed tonight, that we would love to see that expedited to the greatest extent possible?
Absolutely.
All right. I know you all feel the same way, but know that the support will be here, and there should hopefully not be too many surprises. And I thank Ms. Rabb for bringing this forward to us, and I'm sorry that your child and other children have had to experience that. Please don't forget MMS. And the other proposed elevators and ADA accessibility. All right, any other questions or comments? No, I think, Mr. Vadlamani?
I mean, humor me, if you will. I mean,
Sure.
since we are taking straw polls and talking about how to spend money, I mean, we do have a huge need for the auditoriums, where we are pulling it out of our current operating budget and fixing it from the maintenance reserve. But the problem is across multiple schools. It's not just one school. I mean, it obviously has happened in CHS. And I mean, most of the equipment is like 50 years old. It has not been updated. So I'm throwing that in along with, the other wish list, which is actually, and I think it's actually very, very, I mean, everyone's going to use the word equity a lot, but we are taking care of student athletes on one side, and we should also take care of the arts on one side. I think that would be a good balance. Again, I'm just throwing it out there, seeing what the appetite is.
I watched that meeting as well, and I would suggest maybe follow the same process. If it's not within your current capital budget, and it's something that you would like to add into the long-range facilities plan, I think having gone through this cycle and knowing the colleagues that sit on this board is come up with the quotes for that, any supporting documentation, things of that nature, and also within the prioritization, if we need to come back and have a discussion, I think we would all welcome that and are aware of the issues that were raised by the students.
Thank you.
Madam President, though, I have theater kids. I'm all into the theater, so I'm not denigrating your wish for theater things, but we did have a huge laundry list of items that were prioritized back in 2017 with, all those items that were not included in this plan that we're working with now. So I would urge us not to keep doing one-offs, but let's take a comprehensive look at all those other items, and hopefully the auditorium is in there, but come back to us with a real, with the plan of what happens next, right? When we go forward, because we know that there are a tremendous amount of needs in our buildings that were identified that were not acted on, and I don't want to lose sight of all those different items. That being said, I love the auditoriums, and I appreciate that they need it as well. But I'd rather have us have a comprehensive look.
And I will add to that, though, is that when we adopted the bond for the $157 million, the way it was prioritized for us was safety at the time. There were so many nice-to-haves. And even Ritzer at the time, it was considered a safety issue because of the conditions of fields. And so to the point about the auditorium, I would contend that it's a safety issue from what we heard from the riggers and the people who work on all the things that can fall and break and hurt children. So maybe it does fall in there, but I understand what Trustee Hilton is saying, is that within your priority list, if there's something that you need to come back on, that it's in bucket A. Any other comments? Committee Member Daffis.
What we didn't do tonight.
Yes, so we actually, during the break, myself and Committee Member Daffis talked about understanding the real implications of what this means. So in 2019, and Mr. Acker, please feel free to correct me on this, is right now the budget line item is 0 for Ritzer. However, that approval still has a DOE number, and if the Board of Education has savings in other areas, whether, you know, everything comes in under the appropriate bid or under cost, et cetera, is that they can apply that to what was approved, which was the interior and the smaller design. So they don't need to come back to us for that. We are voting down the request or the expansion, but that they are within their purview as the Board of Education. If that funding becomes available or if it's not a part of a request from the Board of School Estimate, is that they can proceed with that. The question for us tonight was whether or not we would finance the full amount at a new vote or an expansion, and that answer is no. So they still have a role and a prerogative separate from the Board of School Estimate where they can proceed given whatever financial considerations or money available in the long-range facilities plan or within their own capital budget or within their own maintenance reserves, is that this is the Board of School Estimate and that is the Board of Education. Is that correct, Mr. Acker?
That is correct.
Okay, wonderful. Any further discussion on Resolution 2024-2? Okay, we have a motion and a second. May I have a roll call? Mr. Burnside.
Mayor Sheena Collum,
Yes.
Trustee Bobby Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Karen Hilton,
Yes.
Mayor Nancy Adams,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Jermaine Cripe,
Yes.
Committee Member Deborah Engel,
Yes.
Board President Kali Telesford,
Yes.
First Vice President Arun Vadlamani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you all very much. I'm just going back to my agenda. I don't have it anymore. I assume it means, is there any new
Motion to
business? There's probably not. I believe I heard what was that? We have a motion, second from Deputy Mayor Cripe. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, everyone, have a good night. Thank you for coming out.
All right.
There we go.
Peace and hair grease. Get home safe.